Environment Community meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. So this meeting is open for the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today, who are quite plentiful. So thank you to everyone for coming along, being a part of it today, and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. As I said, this is the Environment Community Committee meeting for September. Obviously a very significant month for the Toowoomba region. So of course, obviously with Carnival of Flowers this month. So just a couple of quick adverts, if you may indulge me. Councillors, obviously Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers came up just around the corner. A couple of things that are on at the moment, obviously as well, just around the chalk art, which happens every Saturday. So from 10 till 2 up there at the Botanical Gardens, and also we see treats, which is underway. It's been great to see a couple of councillors that have Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Tim McMahon, I've seen have posted a few of the different items, so you can find all that information on Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers website. So for everyone else that's been involved in that, thank you, and yeah, wonderful time of the year. I'd like to welcome the Mayor, Councillor Paul Antonio, Deputy Mayor, Councillor McDonald, fellow councillors, CEO, Mr Brian Pidgeon, and the General Manager of Environment Community, Nick Hauser, and as said as well to the staff that are with us this morning as well. I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the traditional owners. So I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Item 2, so there's no apologies, so we have no apologies, so we don't require a motion there. So I'll go straight to item 3, which is the appointment of new community members to the Regional Access and Disability Advisory Committee. So I'll invite General Manager Nick Hauser to introduce this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Good morning, councillors.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Councillors, the Regional Access and Disability Advisory Committee was formed by Council in 2013, and the terms of reference have been reviewed regularly throughout that period. The terms of reference require for expressions of interest for vacant positions to be advertised, and that has been done. 23 nominations were received. Councillor McMahon was appointed as the chair of this advisory committee in Council's decision in June, and assisted the Community Development Officer in the assessment of those expressions of interest that we receive. So in accordance with the terms of reference, a recommendation is there for you for the appointment of members, community members to the advisory committee. There's a confidential attachment for your information regarding the background of all the expressions of interest received. I commend the recommendation to you. If there are any questions about the advisory committee or the process, we have Daryl Bates and Andrew Spradbro here who have been involved to answer those questions for you.
Any questions, comments, thoughts, ponderings, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to chair this committee in this term of council. Great committee. A lot of new names coming forward and some returning people with that experience as well. So I'm happy to move this report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so Councillor McMahon moves. Do I have a second for that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. No need for debate. All those in favour? So passed unanimously. Takes us to item 4. And this one we have the appointment of new community members to the Regional Youth Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, similarly to the previous report, the Regional Youth Advisory Committee was formed by Council in 2013. Again, those terms of reference require the advertising of expressions of interest, which has been done. Councillors O'Shea, McMahon and Von Hoff are appointed to the Advisory Committee in various capacities and assisted with the assessment of those expressions of interest. There's a recommendation around the appointment of community members to that Advisory Committee for your consideration.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you to Councillor Jones. My only question in this, when I had a look at the applicants, was we don't seem to have nearly as many youth on here as we have previously, and I find that rather disappointing considering it's a youth committee, and I'd hate to think that a lot of older people are directing how these outcomes come, when the whole reason for us having the youth committee is so that we can get advice from the youth on what they believe would be great things for our region. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that and whether there needs to be a revisit and source more applicants for those positions.
I might invite Beck to respond?
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Nancy. I guess this year actually has the largest number of young people we've ever had represented on the committee. It's the largest number of nominations we've ever had, and that was one of the largest debates that we had in the room was who's the right people to be leading this committee and who's the right people to be steering that on behalf of council. Because we have our youth leaders program as well, so we've got our 25 representatives of normally under 18s. We've actually got 6 representatives here who are our over 18s reps, and we just need the sector support to enable them to be able to action the outcomes that come in the committee meetings.
So could I just get clarity on that, please? So the 25 you spoke about,
Yep, that's our youth
of
leaders
those
committee.
25, 6 come from there onto the advisory committee with...
No, we've got one representative from the Youth Leaders Committee. So Thomas was the only one that applied, Thomas Murphy. So he's our representative that's coming across from our current Youth Leaders program into the Advisory Committee. And then we've also got the other 6 representatives here that are under 25 who are our youth reps for the Advisory Committee. And then separately we have our Youth Leaders program, which captures 25 young people from right across our region, which makes up that separate program.
Fair enough. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Councillor O'Hara Sullivan.
Thank you, Beck. Just as someone who was on it last time and really felt that it was just doing such great work, do you have at the moment, it might be premature for me to ask, do you, because we did that youth advisory strategy for the region last time, which was so fantastic, have any sort of big picture things that you're looking at this term, or is it too early to say?
We've still got to complete that strategy because it was a 2-year term for the completion of that. And we've actually got a tracker that we've been working through. COVID has impacted on a number of those actions, but we've actually shifted how we're doing that work and are still on track to actually complete the entire strategy if we can continue the work that we're doing. I think I don't want to speculate what this committee is going to come up with. I think we just get them together and start and see what the direction is from them. Yeah.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I too had my concerns about the youth on here, but I think I was as well getting it mixed up with the two. Yeah. My question is, and I suppose we can only deal with who actually applies, but have we got a regional spread here? No, and that's my concern because we didn't have it last time either.
Oh, you're right.
And I see the only person that I know anyway, and demographics are changing, but Pittsworth is the only area that's represented here, and that's a shame. And I think that perhaps, in some ways, in particularly with the regional active transport, those sorts of things are a little bit different. But this is Shire-wide, and I think the youth in our regional areas need probably a little bit more mentoring and fostering. And it would have been wonderful to see someone. I know we had someone from Clifton in a term gone by, but I suppose we can only deal with who we have. But if there were if there was a possibility or an opportunity a bit further down the track to actually target someone who's out in the rural areas, like I know in the old Cambodia district we don't have a high school out there, so I mean they go somewhere else. But it would be nice to have someone who lives in those smaller communities.
I think
that's a deficiency, and I know that you can't go and make people put in for it, but perhaps it's something we could look at in the future in trying to at least put 1 or 2 places aside there. Thank you. Probably just a statement, and I know you can't ask, really, but it's just I think it's a big deficiency with getting everyone's views because people in the region think differently to people in the city.
Yeah, I think the tricky part just historically we've had a lot of service providers that have been part of this committee, and I guess they've all got the carriage of the region. They've got the carriage of the southwest. So they're people that are mindful of those smaller communities as well. So it's really hard to target that and achieve an outcome that's going to be across the region. And yeah, you can't really go and tap people on the shoulder. I'm agreeing.
And I know, as you say, COVID, but I think COVID with COVID this year, I think issues have gotten more desperate, and we've never seen so much. This has got nothing to do with it, but youth suicide and different things like that. So there's people who are falling through the cracks, and this is a wonderful initiative, and I wish very well with it.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Thank you heaps, Beck. So to Councillor Taylor, your point, we were aware that we only had the one application from the regions, and it was something that we we really were sort of quite sad about. We would have loved to have had more, and I guess the point is, in the future, you know, regional youth, please put your hands up, because we would love to hear from you.
And perhaps we could go with that with a little story through the regional newspapers.
This is, from my perspective, the composition of this committee is so exciting, because this, to me, tells a story of what the face of the Toowoomba region in the future looks like, and it's really cool. There's a lot of diversity, and I really encourage councillors to, if they haven't already, have a read of that confidential report as an attachment, because some of the stories of people who are on this committee are remarkable, and we're very excited to be working with them.
Thanks, Councillor Von. I've got Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Reading this, it's a fair assumption that this advisory committee, I would be of the view of that it's more of a strategic intent, as opposed to the actual other body of youth representatives, which is an important thing, because that's a connector. I would imagine it would be a connector into those very well networked experts in their field to actually try and drive outcomes for the youth, given the fact that youth issues across many parts of regional Australia will be not dissimilar. So, fair assumption, this is more of a strategic intent around this group to drive outcomes and be able to couple with the other youth representative body and use that as a sounding board.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah, and I think it's a good opportunity to acknowledge, obviously, the work that Beck does in her team in terms of with those youth leaders, and then what I witnessed obviously last term on this committee as well, as obviously the interaction with this advisory committee as well, and I'm sure that's something that we'll look to continue. And probably just a quick side note on that as well, Beck, I think perhaps just this conversation we've had here is probably an item we can look at discussing in terms of that regional representation on this committee through the committee. So it could be one of the things how we target those areas and what we can do.
I think it's a great action.
Sorry, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beck, thanks very much. Look, I'm enthused by the names and the profiles of people I see on here, with 3 of the originals on there, and then a sprinkling of one-termers and new ones. And I think sometimes we get bogged down in saying, it's disappointing we don't have some that haven't put their name forward, and whilst it may be, we should acknowledge those that have put their name forward. And I think this is a great, as Councillor Vonhoff said, a great representation of people willing to hear the views of the youth and bring that to council. And after all, that is what an advisory group does. The strategy that you talk of concludes next year, 2021. So I would say that the strategy, one of the items would be to look at the strategy for the next couple of years. And I'd say to you that having lived through COVID for this cohort, it may well be quite different, next strategy. So I think there's a great opportunity here for the youth to actually shape how we perhaps do things a little differently. And the Youth Advisory Committee is certainly the ones closest to that, and support you and Rory and Lisa. If there's a very small team that are one of the most industrious of all across the council. So I'm very happy to support it and happy to move it, in fact, if need be.
Think of any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Shine.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation today. Just being an advisory committee to the council, I take it it's advising council on what it should do with respect to youth concerns and interests and that sort of thing. Are there some examples that stick out that you can point to where council has adopted the advice of this committee over recent times?
Oh, the largest project has to be the strategy. So it was looking at how we coordinate a response broader than council to capture the needs of young people. That was the largest thing we've ever brought to council to be endorsed. I'm happy to share that if you haven't seen it, but it was in the former council.
The other thing is, I notice you've advertised, widely in regional newspapers, newsletters, council website, relevant email groups and social media. My understanding of what young people's attitude, general population's attitude of the print media these days is not what it was when I was their age. Just wondering what things in social media do you concentrate on to entice, particularly in regional areas, to entice their interest?
To be honest, we use the council social media channels. Otherwise, most things that we do is actually share with our groups that currently exist. So we're part of a lot of other youth service Facebook groups and networks. So we actually go and pitch to them, or previously explain what the Youth Leaders Program is face-to-face or via Skype, so they can understand what we're trying to sell them, basically. And then we hope that they share that via word of mouth or through their socials as well. So it actually becomes a network of socials that shares this program for us.
Okay. So
otherwise it just gets lost in translation, I think.
If I might, Chair, when you pitch to them, you go and see them. These are secondary school kids who you go to the schools or other.
Yeah, we don't actually attend the schools. There's far too many for one and a half of us to be able to get to. What we do is actually share those emails, and we share the content out to the schools. So we share that for both the Youth Leaders Program and the Advisory Committee. So we actually run two committees at the same time. There's the Advisory Committee, which is this group, which is targeting that more strategic approach. And then we have our Youth Leaders Program, which is our youth council, essentially. So that's how we target them. And then we use our historical members and historical networks to drive that program for us.
Thanks, Rebecca.
And probably, Councillor Stein, a couple of other examples where we talk about the work that's come out of this. Beck mentioned the strategy, but also there's been a few projects around, like recently the opening at Clifton of open space there in terms of a park area there that was all driven by one of our youth leaders through this project. We have a number of other smaller events, obviously, that are led by, when I say smaller events, or just other events that are led by youth leaders. I mean, there's a number of examples, I think, of where we've seen the youth leaders and through this where we've seen something come to fruition, and that's something we need to really, I think, continue to build on. So, but yeah, there's a couple of examples there. I'm sorry, Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Chair. This might be a very silly question, but I'm just wondering if it's possible, and I know there are only, we've always got a lot of work to do and not enough to do it, but I was just wondering if possible, do you have your meetings always in Toowoomba?
We do with these ones, with the Advisory Committee. We don't with the youth leaders.
Okay, so with the youth leaders, it would be really nice for those young people to be able to go and meet, maybe attend a high school big event or something like that, just to have a presence.
Yeah, they actually deliver and run activities throughout the region. But the other thing that we do, because we have regional representation on the Youth Leaders Program, we actually get them to do showcase their town.
Oh, that's great.
So if they're willing and able, some of them are only little and they're not comfortable to do that, but in a normal year, we would take our youth leaders to their town so they could say, this is our community, this is what we love about it, these are the issues that we face because we're not Toowoomba City. How do we as the group of youth leaders address these issues? So
and then that feeds up to the advisory.
That's correct.
Yes, so thank you very much. That's very good, and it'll evolve, I suppose, as opportunities arise.
I think it's one of the great success stories of this program. So, Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Beck, for the work you're doing. I look forward to the Youth Leaders Program getting up and running this term. I look forward to perhaps swapping seats with a few of them for a short time and welcoming them into this domain. Regarding the Youth Advisory Committee that we're here to talk about today, I'm very happy with this layout of people, and I think that there are some strategic high-level industry experts, but then we've got the young people, and I'm happy to put my name towards, the largest number of young people we've had on the advisory committee. Talk about 2020, the young people up there of a high calibre. We've got social media experts, we've got underground rappers, we've got the whole deal who really can look at a strategy for youth in our region, and I'm very happy to second Councillor McDonald's endorsement of this Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. If there are no other comments or questions, I do have a mover and a seconder, but lastly, but not leastly, also I would like to acknowledge obviously the hard work and the leadership obviously of those involved on this committee last term. In particular, Councillor McDonald obviously has been the chair of this for the last two, well, definitely the last one obviously, but yeah, since its inception. So thank you for your leadership and obviously and passion, but I think it's a big part of the success that it's been. Councillor O'Hara Sullivans was with it last year as well. I probably should have mentioned as well with our the previous committee as well was Councillor Joe Ramia, whose leadership was there. So thank you to those that obviously did a lot of work in the previous term, which will be carried on here. So you're happy to move?
Yes.
Have a seconder in Councillor McMahon. Is there any need for debate? Those in favour? It's passed unanimously. Thanks, Beck. Okay, so look forward to those couple of committees. We go to item 5, councillors on this morning. So the change to the terms of reference of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. So, councillors, another advisory committee. This one's probably a step earlier in the process than advertising of expressions for interest. This advisory committee, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee, was established by council in terms of reference adopted in 2018. So it's operated for a little bit over a year. And throughout the course of that operation, they've made many recommendations to council. One of those being that the terms of reference should be amended to include representation of the various Aboriginal parties that call Toowoomba region home. So with that in mind, the terms of reference have been amended. There's a marked up copy at attachment 1 for your information for ease of reference to see the changes that are recommended. And primarily it's the inclusion of those Aboriginal parties which is the most significant and important change. We did have an information session on this one a little while ago, and your feedback from that information session has also been included, and I commend this to you. I think this is a very positive step forward. And I thank Lisa for her work and Daryl and their work in supporting the advisory committee and doing this work. They're here to answer any questions that you have.
Councillor Taylor?
Mr Chair, look, I support this. I think it's a really good step forward, and hopefully, everyone's welcome, and that then helps us to achieve why we have it in the first place. So I too commend the changes, and I think thank Lisa and everyone who's worked on it, because I think it has evolved, hasn't it? And it's as things happen, and I think it's a good step forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Yeah, no, appreciate the terms of reference, Lisa, through you, Mr Chair. Just wanted to emphasise where we got to, and you mentioned it in your prelude there, GM Nick, in regard to the advisory group and the work that's been done, and councillors will see that in the last minutes of the meeting of some of the accomplishments of this group. One of those glaring ones was around representation of Aboriginal parties, and therefore advice was taken, or the advisory group led that information, and then the officers sought advice from the Department of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships, and that's a very important part of this terms of reference, to ensure that community understands that the representation of the Aboriginal parties mentioned has been directed by that department, and therefore we're reflecting that in this terms of reference. So it's really just a comment, just to make everyone aware of that, how we've landed on this, and I do think having the additional 10 representatives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community from across our region is important as well. So once again, happy to move it when the time comes.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Carl? Oh, sorry. Okay, so I've got a move by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Carl. And there's any for debate? All those in favour? So that's carried. Okay, now this is where the fun begins, councillors. Item 6, Community Grant Program, August 2020-21, Consolidated Approval, Round 1. Now, there's a couple of declarations we're going to... Actually, Nick, do you want to introduce it? We'll do an overarching thing first, and then we'll bed down into the nitty-gritty.
Let you do your thing. Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, the Community Grants Program operates under 2 rounds each year. We've just advertised and concluded the assessment of round one for the financial year. Most of you, I think, have been involved in those various assessment panels, so you understand the process and familiar with the applications received through the particular program that you've been involved in. All the recommendations are there. I don't have detailed knowledge of all those applications and the recommendations that have been made. You will, having been part of those assessment panels for the various programs, and that's why we have a room full of officers today. We've got the content matter experts from each of the grant programs here to answer any questions, but I will hand back over to Councillor James to work through all the declarations.
Thanks, Jam, Nick. Okay, so councillors, yeah, we've got a few conflicts here or testing of the room scenarios, so we'll go through those and then we'll deal with them individually, and then if there's any other questions overall, and then we'll go with it as we go. Councillor Shine, do you want to open the batting here?
Yeah, in relation to items 4 and 41, conflict in relation to those, go through the whole lot. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is A, I am the patron of the Darling Downs Historical Rail Society Ltd, which is an applicant organisation, row 4, and B, I am a life member of the Toowoomba Cricket Inc, which is an applicant organisation, row 41. I have determined that this personal interest is not of sufficient significance that will lead me to making a decision on this matter that is contrary to the public interest. I will best perform my responsibility of serving the overall public interest of the whole of the Council's area by participating in the discussion and voting on this matter. However, I acknowledge that the remaining councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 175E4 of the Local Government Act 2009, A, whether I have a real conflict of interest in this matter or a perceived conflict of interest in this matter, and if so, whether, 1, I must leave the meeting while this matter is discussed or voted on, or I may participate in the meeting in relation to the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Shine. Does anyone have any questions of Councillor Shine before we test the room? No? Okay, so we'll ask you to vacate, please, Councillor Shine, and we'll... Okay, the councillors, any... Yes, Councillor Vonhoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We've had advice on this, haven't we, through you to CEO Brian, that as a patron or a member, that is not reason enough for a councillor to not participate in debate and vote on issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can be defined as an ordinary business matter, which is a member of a non-profit, charitable or religious organisation involving no personal financial gain or loss to the person. So in this case, there'd be no personal loss or gain. And if they're not a board member per se, I think it'd be fine.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I'm happy to move that Councillor Shine can enter the room, participate in discussion and vote on the matter, the reasons outlined by the CEO.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Someone, Councillor Carol Taylor seconds. Those in favour? Okay, does someone want to... Thanks, Gary. So we're going to vote on this one now. Okay, so Councillor Shine Councils has voted that you do not have a conflict and are able to stay in the room for the discussion and or voting on this matter. So councillors, we're referring to... Okay, so the council approved the applications for funding by Darling Downs Historical Rail Society and Toowoomba Cricket Incorporated under the overarching 2.59 Community Grants Policy and associated guidelines as recommended in attachment 1, rows 4 and 41. Are there any questions on that? On those two items? Any queries? No. Okay, so
I'm happy to move.
Councillor McDonald moves. Do I have a seconded by Councillor Taylor? Those in favour? So that's carried. Next item I have, so a declaration of conflict of interest. Councillor Antonio.
Mr Chair, in pursuant with Section 175E of the Local Government Act of 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be real or perceived conflict of interest. The particulars are as follows. The nature of my interest: my cousin Michael Antonio is on the executive of the Mulmerran Men's Shed, which is an applicant in row 12. I will be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed. And I do so because of previous experience, bearing in mind that this is a $205 grant and that I've spoken to cousin Michael once in 4 years, but I will be leaving the room.
Okay, so giving us a reason to stay, but you're going, all right? Thank you, Councillor Antonio. So Councillor Antonio is elected to declare that interest and withdraw himself from voting on this matter. So the recommendation is the council approve the application for funding by Mulmerran Men's Shed Incorporated under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines as recommended in attachment 1, row 12. Are there any questions or queries? Happy to move. Councillor Carroll Taylor, happy to move. Councillor Carl's happy to second. Those in favour? It's carried. We can get the mayor back. Thank you, Gary. So Mr Mayor rejoins us. Okay, so now we have Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is, I am a life member of the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce Incorporated, which is an applicant organisation rows 51, 52 and 53. I have determined that this personal interest is not of sufficient significance that it will lead me to making a decision on this matter that is contrary to the public interest. I will best perform my responsibility of serving the overall public interest of the whole of the Council's area by participating in the discussion and voting on this matter. However, I acknowledge that the remaining councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 175E(4) of the Local Government Act 2009, A, whether I have a real conflict of interest in this matter or a perceived conflict of interest in this matter, and B, if so, whether I must leave the meeting while the matter is discussed or voted on, or I may participate in the meeting in relation to the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Okay, so councillors, any questions for Councillor McDonald before he... Does anyone have any queries? No? Okay, so Councillor McDonald, will ask you to step out, please. Okay, so
I'm happy to move that Councillor McDonald does not have anything to gain or lose by being in, and those particular things have not been recommended for approval anyway, but not that it matters. I believe we're all sitting around this table belong to different groups and organisations, and unless you have something personally to gain or whatever, then there is, in my view, no conflict.
So Councillor Taylor moves it, and Councillor Summerfield seconds that Councillor McDonald does not have a conflict and can return to the room. Those in favour? It's unanimous. Okay, so we can get Councillor McDonald back. Okay, so committee recommendation number 3, that Council not approve the applications for funding by Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce Incorporated under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines as recommended in attachment 1, rows 51, 52 and 53. Sorry, yeah, question on that, apologies.
Mr Chair, just a question if I could, and may be directed through you to GM and then perhaps to the particular area, to Seamus. Row 53, which is the Toowoomba Local Produce Map and Directory, developing a local produce map and directory to support paddock to plate in a COVID-19 environment. It says the project is not recommended support due to insufficient alignment with the program objectives. I'm just wondering whether we could explain the reasoning for that as to how it doesn't align. I thought it we read, but we've only got this one little paragraph, so it's a little bit hard to get the full details.
I invite Seamus to answer that question. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor McDonald. Council has previously supported one of those projects under a previous iteration of the grant. This application sought to update those two publications, and I guess the assessment panel didn't believe that it was a very strong application in that it didn't necessarily address the changes to the Community Economic Development Grant, which is to provide direct support to businesses to help them recover from the pandemic. But additionally, that it was an extension of an existing program. So it involved reprinting of some of those documents. Admittedly, it was an extension, but I guess the preference is for the grant to support new and innovative projects rather than an extension of an existing project.
Thank you. Particularly that second part is probably makes it ineligible on this particular occasion.
So comfortable with that. Any other questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. My question was very much in line to Seamus. There was 5 applicants for the Community Economic Development Fund. We haven't approved any.
Yes.
They don't align with objectives. We need to educate prior to, or what's the feeling around that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. It was, I must say, very disappointing, and I think the whole assessment panel was very disappointed, both in the number of applications that we received and I guess the nature of the applications that we received. Both myself and the Regional Economic Development Officer worked extensively with potential applicants to inform them of the program, inform them of the changes that we had made and how we can assist them to put projects together. A number of our normal applicants weren't eligible to apply because they have some projects that we've previously funded that hadn't been acquitted yet. Some of the other applicants have just received funding for significant projects, and that funding comes from outside of council. And I guess as volunteer groups, they have limited capacity to run multiple projects at once. And we are aware that some are proposing to put applications in for the next round. And obviously we'll be encouraging and working a lot with the applicants to try and maximise the number that we can get submitted for round 2.
Any other questions, councillors? Otherwise, if someone would like to move, Councillor Carl moves, seconded Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Okay, so that takes us to basically the rest. So essentially that council approve the applications for funding under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines as recommended there. So, and that the unsuccessful applicants be obviously be told. So is there any questions though before we get to obviously that stage? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of questions if I could. So one of the things that I would like to see in this report, if I could please, Nick, is how much the applicants are putting towards the projects in the reasons column. I think that would be really helpful for us to understand why the suggested amounts for approval are put forward. And I think it also helps us understand what organisations are prepared to chip in and assist in delivering what they need. One of the queries I had was that some are declined due to the lack of broad community benefit, while others are approved. And one of the examples I'll use is the Scouts on page 18 have been approved, and that is a limited community exposure. versus the Clifton and District Historical Society on line 58, or the Toowoomba Senior Cits Club. They've both been declined because of lack of broad community benefit, and to me that doesn't add up, and I'm just wondering if someone could clarify why that would be.
Thanks, Nancy. The example there, and I suppose it's difficult in the reasons for recommendation because we have a large number, but the one for the Bunya, the Scout group, they actually open up their space and place for community groups to use outside of that time. So that's probably some good information to add to that as well, into that. The one for Senior Cits, it was not just that they wanted the DFIB, but then the maintenance cost of that, and the panel was working through what that looks like. The Clifton one, as an example as well, was they just had a major refurb and they wanted some extra stuff done, that the application wasn't quite to a point yet that explained the extra work post-opening. So in our letter that goes out to them, if council approve it to not be approved, work with the local CDO to develop a case for what that looks like. So, and it easily able to add a table in there that talks about that, because the committee across the board, whether that be community support or the other assessment panels across there, do look at that, what they're giving into these applications, and where they are contributing, it ranks higher. So I will add that. We ask at the workshops with councillors, what else in a limited space becomes A3 for you to see that's not 10 font. So that's easily added for councillors' information.
Thank you. I think it would also assist communities to understand too when they read these reports. So the other query I had was around the Australian Camp Oven Festival has been increased from 15 to 20,000, and the Hampton Festival from 7 to 10. And it's always been council's policy to reduce or wean, if I could use that word, these organisations off full funding, and in this case we have gone the other way. So Hampton Festival, I remember we were weaning them off, I think it was about $1,000. Councillor McDonald may remember, about $1,000 a year we were weaning them back, and now they've jumped up to 10, and I don't know, is that a COVID response or have we just changed tact on what we should be doing here?
Might invite Ross Begent to speak with that one. That's under the Event Support Grant Program.
Morning, councillors, and thank you for your question, councillor. My understanding, my recollection of the meeting was discussion around the event which had been cancelled and the losses that they incurred because of cancelling that event. The next event is not planned until May next year, and the funding, I understand, was the same amount that was awarded in previous years, and that was a decision of the assessment panel.
So the previous year for Hampton...
Awarded for the previous event.
Previous event was 7,000, and this one is approval for 10,000. It's in the report. I'm not guessing.
I'm sorry?
It's in the report that it was 7,000 last year, and I do remember that, but this year it's 10,000.
Are we talking about the Camp Oven Festival?
No, the Hampton.
The Hampton? The same amount as last year, is that correct?
No, it's an increase of $3,000.
It was. That was what they applied for, and that was what the panel did approve. And essentially, the discussion was around the losses due to the planning for the event this year, and the and enabling them to run the event next year.
If I could clarify with you then that in the report, the approved funding is on the basis that if next year's doesn't go ahead, they will only have to refund less their expenses. So is that the case for this year as well? Have they refunded less their expenses?
No, that wasn't a condition this year. But the money the money was held over and not. They didn't receive any funding this year. But the committee recognised that with COVID, Quite often they need to spend some on advertising and promotion well ahead of the event and then make changes to the event. So the condition was that they should refund the money, but if they have spent some of the money on those essential items prior to the event, that they need to refund up to 50%. And that applied to a number of the recommendations at the assessment panel meeting this time.
So, as I'm asking on the hop, I'm just wondering whether I could get further clarity on all of that before next Tuesday's meeting, because I just need to fully understand it, why we would increase from the 7 to the 10, and also with the Camp Umphern Festival as well. I'd appreciate if we get further detail on this year's, which obviously have been cancelled, and next year's potential. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make sure we provide that clarification, Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks very much, Nick. I only had one more question, and that was the Highfields Pioneer Village was declined. I'm just wondering, does it still get its yearly contribution? I think it's $8,000 Council provides as a support to the Pioneer Village each year. I'm just wondering if that is in addition to this one that's been declined. I'd hate to think we were reducing their funding support, because they do provide a very good service to our region. I'm not sure what avenue that $8,000 comes through, but if it comes through this, I'd like to see that continue.
Councillor Summerfield, I would need to clarify where any existing support comes from. I can't recall that detail off the top of my head. If there's a regular commitment to ongoing, this would be in addition to that, but I'll clarify that for you also.
Thanks very much.
Go ahead, Councillor McMahon. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Nick, I just have a question regarding the budget allocation for these different panels and grant programs. And I note we've got a total pool of $731,000, and if we look at the budget allocation, like Sport and Rec has $350,000 budget, it received six approved grants and has the majority still left, whereas the community support that has a $50,000 budget received 26 grants and has very little left for round 2. Just wondering if there's any fluidity movement between the different buckets, where one panel has not got enough money, we can get money from a different panel, or movement, those kind of things, if that happens.
Thanks for the question, Councillor McMahon. I'd start by saying I don't think you could use this year as a good example of what happens ordinarily. This is very, very different to the quantum and of the number of applications and the quantum of funds sought. So that would be my first word of advice. Yes, there is some opportunity to be fluid within those programs. We do try and stick to them as closely as we possibly can, but you will find that in round 2, if there is a program that's undersubscribed, we would seek council's approval through this report the next time we do it, to make funds available for another program that's oversubscribed. So there is some fluidity, but it's by council decision. It's not at the discretion of the officers or the assessment panel. So it comes back to council, and council makes that decision.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And to add to that, Nick, you're right. It was the grants policy sits within CDF&T for the overall carriage, and the 7 to be 9 programs hopefully next month. Just in reviewing 2019-20, Tim, there was 74 applications approved first round for $410,000. You know, so this year we're recommending to council 48 applications for $145,000. So there's a level of uniqueness in Sport and Rec, for example. It's that 50-50 contribution where they're up to with those ones. It was interesting, we just finished the micro grant program too, councils remember, which went really well, and we used that bucket, but we did increase sports tourism, and Andrew all passes up the back. We increased that to 15,000 based on reviews over the last few years. Andrew, by not even round 2, had no funds left. So we moved money to recognise that, and we always go through that review and see where it's up to. Community support, definitely expended more, but and this time last year we had a little bit less with the same application. So I agree with Nick around this was a unique year, and it'll be interesting to see what happens year 2. And this has been a pretty similar trend, 19-20 to 18-19, where we do have a fair amount in the first round.
Yeah, thanks very much for the answer, and I appreciate that a lot of work and use of prior budgets goes into forming these budgets, and it's a heck of an interesting year, but certainly we can have that option if we need it. Thanks very much.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just draw your attention to row 54, Crow's Nest Historical Society. The notes say that the application's complete, the project is eligible and meets the objectives. Full funding is recommended in the amount of $2,500, but then it hasn't been approved. That to me looks like it might have been an error, that it should have actually been approved if we're...
We did approve.
Yes, it is an error.
Okay, so the Crow's Nest will have their $2,500 approved.
But yeah, that's 2.5 be not approved. It'd be the reason for recommendation is that funding is not approved.
It says full funding is recommended.
But it's in the not approved list that's there. So the commentary around the recommendation we've got wrong. So I'll have that amended for council next week.
Can I have some clarity then as a supplementary question, Mr Chair, on the reasons why that was not approved?
That one was after council to fund them to provide vouchers that went out to the community to access the Historical Society. And the panel recommendation was that we're just giving them money to give out. They could have reduced or given free entry into it. And historically, we haven't given groups funds then to give vouchers out to the local community to access the services.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, back to Councillor Summerfield's comments about community events that we have, in particular the Hampton Festival and the Camp Oven Festival. With COVID this year, it's going to be really difficult. Hampton has gone over and above too, as that that area has declared itself as a micro-region, and that opens a whole lot of possibilities. Now, they were really building up, and I understand Councillor Summerfield's right, and that we were taking some of that funding back. But I think I'd like to request an information session around these things a little bit further on in the year, because I think for these two events to be re-established as to where they were, in particular Hampton, because it doesn't get the large funding from tourism and events that the Camp Oven does, but it's just as important. I think that we need to understand that with the 1 year so far, and who knows how long, that these events that are of unique and valued to the communities and the wider community will need to be helped along as much as we can. So I think that I'd like to, it'd be a very great shame if that fell over out there for want of, they're all volunteers, and the money that we give them, yes, they were rolling along and council decided to start bringing it back, and that's as it should have been, but there has been, COVID has come in and made disastrous effects for these events, and I'd like to see us have another look at that so that they can have confidence in planning and going forward when we come out of this COVID disaster.
We can look at that.
Yeah, if I could just make a comment. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I think when we circulate some clarity, we'll probably answer most of those questions. If there's still further questions, we'd be happy to follow up. I think the approach that we're taking is one that very well takes into consideration the challenging environment. So I think when I provide that clarity, you'll see that previous conditions of funding have been essentially, if you don't deliver your event, you don't get your money. This time we're recognising that you need to commit some expenses towards the event, and if for unforeseen circumstances the event can't go ahead, we're committing to meet those outgoing expenses to give those events some confidence. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to support Councillor Taylor's remarks. Just looking at this, there's 731,000 available and only about 145,000 spent, just under the 600,000 is over. Does that mean that in round two will benefit by an extra 600,000, or that doesn't follow? And secondly, Council through the Capital Works program this year has expended a lot of extra money to get over the COVID effect in the community. It's surprising, really, that attitude of generosity, if you like, towards the applications when so much money is left over wasn't taken into account in considering perhaps borderline applications here. It seems to me that under these unusual circumstances this year, a different attitude might have been applied.
I'd just answer the first question around the allocation. The allocation is an annual allocation, so you're correct, any unspent funds are available for round 2. And I think I would reiterate my comment from earlier. This is very atypical. We would usually see a larger subscription to round 1 than to round 2. So, I mean, the obvious answer is COVID, isn't it? It's had an impact on people's confidence to deliver events or cash flows or whatever it might be. As to the second question, I saw Councillor Summerfield put a hand up, and without wanting to do your job, Chair, she's probably got some comments around that. It's really up to those assessment panels to make those recommendations, I suppose, and then it's up to Council to consider whether you accept those recommendations or not. It's really over to you.
So you're comfortable with that?
It might be that Council would consider giving some direction in that regard in the future.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thanks, Councillor James. I think it's important that we have policy and criteria around these assessments, and we need to adhere to them. We don't just approve it because the money's there. I mean, that's a pretty scary way to go. The reason why the policy and criteria are there is so that we actually balance our budgets.
Yeah, Nick?
If I could just make one other comment, and I agree entirely, Councillor Summerfield. As we go through the round 2 program, if we find that there's an undersubscription, perhaps that's the time to test with Council its appetite towards amending the policy or taking a more generous view. I would hope that round 2 uptake is similar to what we usually experience at round 1, and the community sees the advantage and sees the opportunity and takes advantage of it.
Any other questions, Councillor Von Hoff?
And just, sorry, Mr Chair, clarification on when round 2 is open and closes?
At the beginning of next year, so I think it opens in February, closes in March. 1 Feb, opens 1 February, closes March, and the report would then come to you in April.
Okay, thank you. I've got yes, I will have a supplementary then. I come back to that item that I pointed out, and if I'm hearing what Darryl said correctly, it was that they asked for, wanted in the description to attract local support by providing free entry to the museum for 12 months, to educate and invite local support and building volunteer participation. And the sticking point was the vouchers. They asked to do that by vouchers, but had they not specified vouchers, if they just had, what they've written here, then there probably wouldn't have been a problem with the approval of the application.
And, Rebecca, what councillors don't get in the recommendations that are there, and some of the councillors that sit on panels, there's a series in the letters that go out, whether they're funded or not, or more so not funded, there's some support to provide. So we don't just go no to the application, we'll go back to them about areas to improve that application to get it across the board. You'll see we have 34, 35 applications for community support as an example, where only 8 we're not funding, but a lot of partial funding, and that brings into play Nancy's comment about, well, what support are they giving? So we try to make the bucket stretch as far as we can, and within that one, the panel didn't feel it was right to give them $2,500, then to pick who would give those $10 vouchers to those people in that community. That wasn't the best use of community support funds in looking through the guidelines. So there's probably other options they could look at, but then you go to other groups and halls. Coalbank Hall are doing a Christmas event with a broader community benefit. It could have been an open day that the historical village had done. So not to preempt what their application could look like, there's better options the panel felt than giving vouchers out at their discretion to the community.
Yes, thank you. I understand and I agree. We have policy to guide us so that we have our lanes. So I'm happy to hear that they do get detailed feedback about this was why.
Yeah.
And then they can take the initiative to make the change for a second application in round 2. Thank you.
Yeah, which has often been seen in those scenarios where.
Sorry. Yeah, it has, James. And I think across the panels up the back, we try to get where we can those organisations to meet with officers first, to tick stuff off that's there, to work through what those directions are, what's happening, what's important, what's funded, what's not funded, typically. But we always provide across the 7 programs feedback to them and face-to-face if need be as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a comment on that, and I think probably it's been said, but if our CLOs could be a bit active in that space, because again, it's volunteers and they're probably not, only part-time there, and that's what we had discussed with that one. But back, policies, we've got to be transparent and keep our integrity and be fair to everyone. So that's why if a policy does need to be changed, it needs to probably come back. We need to stick to what we've got, and if there's any change to that, then maybe because of COVID or for other things. But we can't just open the floodgate because. And I think it's most important that Daryl has commented that our officers are there to hold people's hands and to help them to perhaps choose the right program to put in.
Yeah, and I think our CDOs do a really good. Play a really good role in that as well, obviously, in those communities. So, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just a couple of little things, and I guess just following on Councillor Summerfield, that seems like an hour ago now, but just in regard to row 32 with the Camp Oven Festival and the description around previous funding, perhaps that's the answer for row 35 as well, around the High Country Hampton Festival, because it says that the dollars were returned. Now, Millmerran is a little different because it's a biennial event. So it is an increase from 15 to 20. The 15 was not spent, so it is an increase. However, if it's that same as what Mr Bejan said, if it's the same that money was returned this year for High Country Hamlets, that was in the description, then in fact, because it's an annual event, that would be $5,000 per year. So it would actually be a decrease if you're actually looking at it. So the description there about event support, previous event support of $7,000, if that hasn't been spent for this year, then although it's an increase, it's a decrease from this year. So over the 2 years, it's a net gain. That's an observation. So it may be that description where that $7,000 has been not used, as Mr Bejan mentioned. The other comment is around the senior SITS DFIBs, and I don't think there'd be a community event grant program that doesn't have at least one defibrillator asked for. And I guess through you, James, to Nick, to Daryl, it may be somewhere that council doesn't actually provide for DFIBs, because there are other avenues for DFIBs to be funded, because it gives false hope to people and they spend time to put an application in. DFIBs are critically important, naturally, critical being the optimum word, but there are other ways and means to fund these, and maybe the advice should be that this is the mechanism in order to fund them. You mentioned ongoing operation and certainly wouldn't be involved in that, but I don't think there's been, as I say, a community event grant that's come through that hasn't had a DFIB of some description in it. So we probably need to finish that. And the last question is around the grant sessions that we have held, and due to COVID, how did that actually go with numbers and what have you for participation? Darren?
We had 2 lots, Jeff. We'd done the online, which we had done a few months ago now, and we've got next weekend 3 sessions that we're up to, I think, as from yesterday, about 56 people coming to those, and those ones are, we do face-to-face and we do some online. We tried the online ones as well, especially during COVID, with some grant opportunities out there to support local organisations across the region. So yeah, our numbers are good, and I think they're opportune not just for council grants, but for other grants that are out there. They pretty well walk away with a 3/4 written application that they can then apply for. So numbers are good. We're hoping to push that to 25, which is what's allowed within that for each of those sessions on, I think it's off the top of my head, Wednesday, Thursday and Saturday next week with those sessions. But I can provide an update through Nick to councillors about those sessions and how they went and the organisations that attended.
Just to follow up, if I could, we've mentioned COVID on a number of occasions as being one of the reasons for lack of applications, and certainly that would be the case around events, and particularly community and sports tourism. But I think the sport and rec grant itself actually does provide an opportunity for greater publicity, because if there's ever a time to actually do some work and get some activity happening, it's when there's not as much activity happening. So I think maybe there could be an opportunity to do that. I know we've got a few in here, but there's an opportunity, I think, to do it. The other area, and I congratulate you, Darryl, and your department in regard to promoting the various grants that have become available, because that's the other element of this. There are grants that are becoming more available now, whether it's through Volunteering Queensland or others, where groups need to be notified of that. So it's not council. There are a myriad of grants that have come on in the last 3 months that you're promoting. So I encourage you to keep doing that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other? Councillor Carl?
Mr Chair, unless there's any other burning issues, I'm happy to move. And look, taking a balanced view of this, the assessment panels have the interests of the community and council policy and guidelines, and it's a balancing act. And conversely, on the flip side, I agree, it's not a reason or a trigger to, you know, if they're borderline hand out money, the responsible, consider it from an event organiser's point of view as well. And there are some who've taken the line that they couldn't hope to be COVID compliant at the event. So that's the reason why will not be in this round for applications. So I place faith in the fact that the assessment panels have that interest of the community at heart. They are following the guidelines and policy principles set forth by this council. So happy to move if there's no other burning issues.
Okay, any other burning issues before all of...
Happy to second.
Happy to second. So moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor McMahon. If there's no one wants to go into debate, I would imagine. So those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you also to all the staff, as Councillor Carl mentioned before, on these assessment panels. So they've all come along and shared their wisdom. We got one more before I thought. So, councillors, that takes us to item 7 on our agenda. It's the proposed lease to Crow's Nest Men's Shed.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, I think we're all familiar with the work of men's sheds throughout our community, and the Crow's Nest Men's Shed is a good example of those groups doing good work. They currently occupy a facility at the Crow's Nest Showgrounds, and they've outgrown it, and they're seeking council's support for a new site. We've identified land that council owns in the industrial estate. There's thought to be, our assessment is that there's limited demand for that to be developed as industrial blocks for sale by council, so the use by community group is thought to be a good use. Any costs associated with the development would be the responsibility of the men's shed, so development applications, developing plans, construction, infrastructure charges and the like would all be the responsibility of the club, and the tenure arrangements that we'd enter into with them would be a lease in accordance with our tenure policy. I commend the recommendation to you.
Councillor Taylor.
Mr Chair, I know we're all familiar with this. This is a very vibrant group and they've got a lot of power tools and mentor a lot of people out there, and I know councillors that were out there at the thank you to the emergency services after the fires went over and had a look at it, and you can see they're just actually bursting at the seams. So, they've got a great membership. They play a great role in that community in the area. So I'd just like to, actually I'll move this when its time comes, but I don't think any of us here can't, it's probably one of the most vibrant groups in the Crow's Nest area. So I think it's just wonderful we've been able to find an opportunity to get an alternate, more suitable facility for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. So happy to move, or just if there's any other questions, though, first before I get there, I've got Councillor Carl first. No?
All right, I'm happy to second, but
All right, well, we've got questions, though?
Yeah.
Councillor Shine? So.
Yeah, thank you. I take it that that Men's Group are happy with this block?
Yes.
Assume that they are.
Yes.
Just on page 5, on the last paragraph there, it says council property is currently in Nglobo land. I haven't struck that before. Can you tell me what that is?
If you're able to refer to the attachment, I'm sure there's a plan there. You can see, I'll wait for Wendy to bring that up if she can. It's on the attachment. Wendy, could you bring the attachment up for me? You'll see the proposed lease area, which has the dotted red line outline. It's a portion of the land. The Nglobo land refers to the whole of the lot in the white outline there. So Nglobo just means in its entirety. It's not subdivided. It's one whole undeveloped lot.
I learn something every day.
Did I get that right, Chris? Yeah.
Close
enough, he said.
Councillor O'Hara Sullivan. Sorry, I've just got a couple.
Mr Chair, I had the Nglobo question too. What I was going to ask is there a shed on the property already? Because I thought I read that they would be responsible for the shed, but then I couldn't see any other reference to the shed. Is there a structure there now?
The structure that's there is the Crow's Nest Community Nursery, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. So that's all one lot where the white outline is. And so we're proposing to give them a lease over that area bounded by the red dotted line and the boundary, and they would construct a shed there that they'd be responsible for. And I'm pleased I was able to provide some education around Nglobo.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you, I just want to, first of all, thank Nick and Kent and Chris for finding a solution. When the community comes to us with a problem, when we can answer with a solution, that's tremendous. My question relates to understanding why that section of the land was chosen. To my mind, there's quite a few trees there that are going to be have to be taken down for the building of a shed. And on the other side, there seems to be fewer trees if it was moved to, I don't know which direction, sorry, southeast. Is that an option?
You've reached the depth of my knowledge now. I'm going to rely on Chris.
The land on the eastern side is actually quite a bit steeper.
Okay.
The topography will just make it so much more expensive for the group to do.
Understood.
They do plan to retain as many trees as possible with only removing those on the footprint of the building.
Thank you.
With that, so Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I was just checking the flood mapping on that block through you to Chris, I guess. Is it high there? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Nick and team. Great outcome. Just wondering, that is vacant, that part that they're using and they're funding the shed. Do we look at the financial capacity of these guys to fund a shed, or will it be through grant programs, or has any negotiation been entered into how you do the fixtures, or is that simply not our concern?
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I think it's always our concern, I guess, that they have the capacity, but we would work, and through our community development team, we would work with them to access other grant opportunities, probably state government, things like the gambling grants and the like would be suitable and have been accessed by these types of groups in the past. And indeed our own community grants programs, although they're probably not to the quantum that they need to build a shed, but there might be components that we could help them fit out. But essentially it's their responsibility to raise the funds. From a property and landowner's perspective, we wouldn't get involved in that, but from our other arms of council, community development, we would assist.
No, good answer. I just suppose I hope we're not going, here's the land and they have no capacity to ever turn it into a men's shed, but I think there's reassurance that they will through some form or another.
I agree.
So if there are any other further questions or commentary on this one, so I do have a mover, and Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Carl. And then for debate, all those in favour? That's carried. Okay, so I'll move to an adjournment. Someone like to move to be adjourned?
Yeah, could we move to adjourn and break for 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Well, that's
next.
I have to go up here and open and then adjourn.
Yeah, so that's what I say. Like, if everyone's comfortable, we're going to adjourn and have a 10-minute break. So, going to get someone to happy to move that. We, Councillor Antonio, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour. All right. So we'll have what time? Come back at.
Very hard, I never got a word in.
So we'll resume at 20.
Well, good morning, councillors. Welcome to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for September. And I acknowledge the Mayor, who is just doing some media at the moment and will be here directly. My fellow councillors, particularly acknowledge the portfolio lead for this area, Councillor Kerry Shine, and acknowledge all those in the room, some of which will be presenting today, and obviously being a meeting open to the public, acknowledge and welcome all those thousands viewing from right across the globe today. Welcome and thank you for your interest in this important meeting. Can I open the meeting by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarowa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. I acknowledge CEO Brian Pigeon, General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson and other staff that are present here today. Before we move to item number 2, which is the attendance and including apologies and leave of absence, I just wanted to highlight to councillors the Regional Council's, Toowoomba Regional Council's effort in the West Fund Wellness Challenge that's actually underway and goes through every day in September. We have 49 participants in the Toowoomba Regional Council by way of staff and councillors involved in this, and I wanted to acknowledge Danielle Richter, who's the Rehabilitation Officer for Health, Safety and Wellbeing. So out of the 40 teams, we are currently running second behind Darling Downs Health, who have 230 participants. For those of you who are interested in numbers, our team has amassed over 4 million steps in the first week and a half, and that is an average of some 84,000 steps per participant, which is an extraordinary effort, and that has a 6th overall out of 40. So we're doing well, but it is not too late to join. So fellow councillors and all of those staff watching, it is not too late to join, so you can email Danielle Richter and log your interest to be part of that, which gives perfect timing for item number 2, councillors, of which we have no apologies or leave of absence, which then takes us to the order of business today, our first committee item, which is item number 3, which is the repeal of 2.73 Code of Conduct for councillors. In the absence of the Manager of Governance and Legal, Grant Wilson, Anne-Marie will present this item. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. And this is a pretty straightforward report. And the purpose of this report is to repeal the Code of Conduct for councillors, as this is being addressed by the state government. So the Code of Conduct for councillors previously adopted, it's now redundant. It has been replaced by an updated Code of Conduct for councillors made by the Minister for Local Government, Racing and Multicultural Affairs on the 7th of April. So there's no legislative requirement for council to adopt that code or policy. State legislation already imposes that.
So in summary, this is a redundant policy for council to have. It doesn't need to be in existence. So albeit risky to say straightforward, General Manager Anne-Marie, with any of these reports, I tend to agree with you on this one. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I note with the new Code of Conduct that it says there, the 4.1.1 is the attend and participate meaningfully in all council meetings, briefing, relevant workshops and training opportunities to assist councillors in fulfilling their role other than in exceptional circumstances. So I'm just kind of a bit confused. I don't know whether we're going to be able to answer it just in terms of the push to not have informal briefings, and so I just wondered about the inclusion of that.
This is item, it's up on the screen there now. Is it the one you're talking about, Councillor?
This is in the new Code of Conduct.
Yeah, so can you just give us a page and perhaps where it's listed so that Wendy can...
On board books.
Right, 106 on board books.
The old one.
Might be the old one, I believe.
It's the old one.
Oh, sorry, beg
It's the one we're deleting.
116.
116. 116. Okay, we'll go to 116. And you're talking 1.4?
1.1. So
1.1.
participate meaningfully in all council meetings, committee meetings, informal meetings, briefings, relevant workshops and training opportunities. So I just thought it was unusual given the new direction about participation in sort of meetings out, informal meetings.
That's a good question, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Perhaps our CEO might like to add some context.
Councillors, the Local Government Act talks about formal council meetings and committee meetings, but there is nothing to prevent the conduct and attendance in briefings if they're for exchange of information and to allow councillors to understand the background information and to ask any relevant questions in relation to that information. So you can still do that, but council just has to be mindful that where there's decisions to be made, they are to be made in committee meetings and in councillor full council meetings. But that in itself, basically, that 1.1, I think if you read it in holistically, it talks about the things that a councillor would normally be expected to do as part of their normal duties. There's an obligation to basically participate meaningfully in those sessions, be they formal or be they informal, except when there's exceptional circumstances. And by that, I would imagine where you're asking for approval of the council to be excused from meetings for particular reasons.
It is a very, very good question, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Given the conversation we've had, and in fact those councillors who, and you'll see the minutes in fact, of the Audit Risk Committee, it was a topic of conversation that was raised there. So I think maybe it's around interpretation of what legislation may well be. The councillors, we all need to work through this, but that is quite clear. That says that we can have information sessions, as the CEO has mentioned, around information gathering. It's about decision making is the difference, and there's no decision making. So I would suggest to you that we probably need to have a further discussion at that at a particular session. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Great question, Councillor O'Hara. I'm just wondering if councillors will now need to apply for a leave of absence for an absence from an information session?
It's a good question as well.
That's informal, isn't it?
I think if councillors know they're not going to be there, they should apply for leave of absence if that's the case. But it talks about attend and they also participate meaningfully in those sessions. But there's always emergent circumstances where a councillor may not be able to attend anything in particular. But I think it's to formally advise council, but also to informally advise if you can't attend any of those particular sessions as a matter of courtesy. It's just what people do anyway, so it's not really out of the ordinary, I wouldn't have thought.
Thank you, CEO Brian. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just seems to me that this is an extraordinarily high standard that's being expected of councillors. Taking advantage, at a minimum, you have to take advantage of training opportunities. So the LGAQ might send up things online that, for training. Do we have to get some exemption from tuning into those? I think the examples could be ridiculous and too onerous. From my point of view, I think it would be, if we have the opportunity, do we not, or do we have the opportunity of adopting a code that we want, as opposed to one is this recommended or is it compulsory for us as a council to adopt? And if so, if we were able to amend it, rather than the words, for example, councillors will at a minimum have the following responsibilities, it would be better to have something, therefore councillors will aspire to have the following, to observe the following standards or something like that. Because I just know in my own case, I wouldn't have been able to comply with 1.1 in all respects so far.
Previous to the minister making this compulsory to all local governments in Queensland under the Local Government Act, so we have no choice now. We did in the previous document which we're rescinding today or proposing to rescind today, there was a little bit of discretion on how council determined that, but the state has now determined that this is to apply and there is no choice. This is a code of conduct that applies to all councillors throughout Queensland.
It would have been difficult, if I may comment, Chair, members of Parliament to comply with such a direction when I was there. And this is a subject perhaps which those of our councillors who are attending the conference might have an opportunity as an urgency motion of some sort to raise down there to again perhaps if the rest of the councillors of the same mind to have a discussion with the minister about some relaxation of that particular clause.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. We'll take that one as a comment, and certainly is, I would assume, a feeling that may well be echoed amongst many local governments. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think it's important that councillors do put it on the record that these are really stringent guidelines for us to try to adhere to. We're already finding it difficult, and you know, this would nearly be acceptable if the state government was prepared to put the same onus on themselves. And that's what I find disappointing, is they keep rolling out these stricter and stricter conditions for councillors to work under, but will not work within the same guidelines to carry out their own duties, and I find it very disappointing.
Take that as a comment as well. Mr Mayor.
I think the CEO summed it up pretty well. This is not something we ought to spend a lot of time talking about, because it's a direction from the body that absolutely controls us. And I would imagine that the best thing we can do is accept where we are and have some conversations, no doubt, in the future with future local government ministers to talk about exactly what Councillor Summerfield has just said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Carl? No? You're happy to move?
Just happy to move. I think...
Oh, sorry.
Make a
I think
comment.
in all fairness...
Sorry, Councillor Carl, can I...
I wanted to make a comment, thank you. I think everyone round this table everyone round this table agrees with the code of conduct for councillors, and it's not that we're pushing back on, and we have no right to push back. Taking on board Councillor Shines and Councillor Summerfield's and the Mayor's, it's not that we don't want a code of conduct, it's just that we are a regional council, and if we find it difficult to get to everything, what do we think happens to the ones that have got thousands of miles to cover to get to a meeting and get to different things that they're supposed to get to? So I think the whole thing is that the standard that's being forced on local government is not the standard, as Councillor Summerfield said, that the state government puts in there for themselves. And we are a child of the state government, there's nothing we can do about it, but we all accept a code of conduct, but this one just goes too far.
Take that as a comment as well.
It is a comment.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, happy to move. I sometimes think it's of the old saying, the spirit of the law or the letter of the law. I think we take the spirit of intent of this. Most of that would mean, to me, be a reasonable expectation from a person in public office. I would imagine by just looking at that wording, but anyway, I stand to be corrected, but happy to move.
Happy to move, okay. Seconded by Councillor Antonio.
Sorry,
Any debate or...
just a question. This is to rescind our...
This is to rescind our
Thank you.
code of conduct, that's right.
Don't have an option.
Which is not required. anymore. Seconded by Councillor Antonio. We've had enough discussion. Those in favour? Those against? One against. You can pull it out next week and record if need be. That motion's carried. Item number 4, councillors, is the council pre-approved suppliers exemption from seeking written quotes or tenders. We do have the principal of Procure to Pay, the superstar Robin Gray, here with us. Robin, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're making a habit of these little sessions, the quotes or tenders. You might just tilt the microphone down a little bit, Robin. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, councillors. The Local Government Regulation 2012 has an exception included in that allows council to engage suppliers under 235A and B that you will see in the report. It's basically that a supplier is the only one reasonably or advantageous for council to engage for certain activities. This report comes to council for annual adoption. Before the report is brought to council, the current list is sent out to all managers who review the market, review what their operational requirements are, and whether the suppliers that are currently in the list remain in the list or get removed. So this report here that we've sent through to you, a later review of the report highlighted yesterday afternoon that we have tier 1 suppliers for our software requirements for council, and it was noted that we don't treat them in the same way in this report. So for consistency, the amendment that was sent through to you yesterday afternoon is suggested wording change before this report comes back to council next week. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Sorry, Councillor Sean.
Thank you. I'll just take you to page 2 of the report. It sets out a history of pre-approved supplier process and starts off, with a high number of suppliers, 186 in 2015, and they're whittled down to 125 by 2018. But there was a spike then in 2019 to 155. Could you tell us why that happened, in your view?
So there's a change in how we should manage some of these suppliers. So I'm not exactly sure which year, but it was decided that we should take out all of the legacy software that ICT manage for us. So we have different pieces of software that over time we may decide that there is a better avenue for that piece of software, but at the moment we're stuck with it for 3-5 years or whatever. So originally they were in the report, then they were taken out of the report, and then they were put back in the report.
I see.
So there's a couple of different categories that we've done that with. The advertising one that we brought to council last month for stakeholder engagement, that was a similar activity. They were in, they were out, they were back in. Now we've done a quote or tender consideration plan to manage them.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Robin. So I've got a couple of questions. One is, do we research alternative markets for less for different specialised, for the ones that are less specialised? So ones that come to mind, I mean, there's many in there that are specialised and we have to, but ones that come to mind for me are traffic lights and parking meters. And so I worry that and I know this is only an annual thing, but I worry that we're locking ourselves in to certain technologies when there could be other technologies out there that could be smarter. So I'm just wondering if, when it comes to us annually, there is a review of potential other technologies out there that we could be capturing that could be more beneficial for our council.
With regard to parking meters, they're a legacy product as well, so we still have to maintain some infrastructure while we look for a better technology to come in, and I know that research is ongoing all the time. With regard to traffic lights, a couple of years ago, the only place you could get the traffic lights was through Main Roads, and then they had a main subcontractor, and that's that Aldridge that we deal with now.
Okay.
So they're basically the suppliers of our legacy infrastructure for traffic lights. But I'm sure you're aware that the research just goes on to find better technologies.
Okay, thank you. So my only other question was around Origin, which I think is on page 3 of the list. Origin, the only gas supplier in our region?
Is that for removal of infrastructure? No, that's for...
Electricity sale of agreement.
Yes, so the majority of council's electricity is through Origin Energy. There has been research completed over the last couple of years with the assistance of LGAQ, I believe, with regard to the electricity expenses for water and waste, and I personally don't know the outcome of that research. But the main supplier at the moment is Origin Energy, but we are looking into the whole electricity spend for council.
Thank you.
That's it, Councillor Summerfield. For you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Other questions? Just, Robin, I guess it's probably just an admin area, but on, let me have a look here, page 4. Page 4 of the pre-approved suppliers, just at the top, I just wonder whether we shouldn't be upgrading the APN, the Chronicle to reflect News Limited.
Yes, that's a recent change, I believe.
Yeah, over 18 months now. But
years, I think.
yeah,
This
probably.
report's been in circulation for the last 9 months, but yes, we note that and will be updated
Thank you.
next week.
That's okay. For the ordinary meeting, yeah, thank you. And the other items will be added as well for the ordinary meeting for next week, the
Yes.
ones we received last night.
Yes, so that's the Tier 1 software
The Tier 1,
support.
right.
Yep.
Okay,
So just to clarify, they've already in the report, it's only the wording.
just the wording,
Wording,
right,
yes.
okay. Thank you, Robin.
Okay.
That being the case, Councillor Shine?
Move the
You're happy to move, Councillor Shine moves that the recommendation, the council adopt the suppliers list in attachment 1, pre-approved suppliers list to the report as being compliant with the application of section 235A or B of Local Government Regulation 2012 to contract purposes.
I do.
Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Now, Robin, the good news for you is that you're also involved in item 5, which is the quote or tender consideration plan for procurement of cemetery memorials. So, hand straight over to you.
So once again, the Local Government Regulation 2012 provides an exception, or not an exception, a section 230 that allows us to come to council to ask for a resolution to consider a quote or tender consideration plan and then to adopt that plan. The plan that's been presented to you today is for cemetery products. So that's for the concrete bases for the plaques, those types of products. The plan is suggesting that we will only use local suppliers for the supply of those products. Why the cemeteries would like to progress with this plan is so that they can offer a respectful, easy engagement for most of the requirements for a funeral service. So to look after the welfare of their clients, they'd like this one-stop shop to help them in the preparing of the interment of their loved one. You'll see from the list that they are all local suppliers. There's no intention to buy outside of local, and this is just for ease of providing that caring facility for our clients. Are there any questions?
Question, Councillor Shine?
Just to clarify, out in the Drayton Cemetery, even of recent times, there are some very elaborate memorials or
Headstones and
tombs, you might call them. Is that within the experience and capacity of the local suppliers to supply?
yes, I said concrete products, I'm sorry. It's not concrete products, it's stone products. So it's for all of those stone products. So instead of having to go to some of the suppliers that are listed here for the loved one to go and find that themselves, the cemetery wants to provide all of that stone product within the one experience.
Righto. And there's nothing to do with the requirement for a ground level plaque to be placed on a lawn cemetery section. There's no I take it that's sort of compulsory now in those sections of the cemetery that are lawn for maintenance purposes. That this has nothing to do with that, really.
Perhaps Gary might be able to better answer, but it's all of those stone products is what's included.
Yeah.
So it includes all of the stone products. So effectively, just to put it into the terms of a grieving client coming into the centre, they will then have access to the full suite of the supplier's products.
Yes.
Whereas in the past, that hasn't been the case.
Correct.
So it actually will make the experience much easier rather than having themselves to go to different places. They'll be able to do that on site.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robin. Any other questions or comments, councillors? There being no further questions or comments, do I have a mover that the council prepare a quote or tender consideration plan for regional cemeteries, procuring service, cemetery memorials without first seeking quotes or tenders under section 230 of Local Government Regulation 2012, and 2, that council adopt the quote or tender consideration plan, procurement of cemetery memorials, attachment 1. Have a mover. Moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Item number 6, councillors, we move to is the proposed extension to the highly anticipated water tank rebate scheme, and I welcome Shane Morris, the Principal of Rates and Revenue. Shane, I might go straight to you, if you don't mind.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jeff. Good morning, councillors and officers. This report deals with the proposed extension of the water tank rebate scheme. Councillors will recall that it endorsed a water tank rebate scheme late last year to relieve pressure on potable water supplies. That scheme attracted 35 successful applications at a total cost to Council's budget of $10,500. This report proposes that the scheme be extended from 1st of October this year to 30th of June next year, being applicable to existing dwellings installing a tank of at least 5,000 litres. The previous rebate scheme was a tank of 10,000 litres at least. Note that the 5,000 litres tank may be achieved through an aggregate of smaller tanks, but only one $300 rebate would be allowed. A budget allocation of $20,000 is sought to fund the scheme. It should be noted that since 2014 it has been mandatory requirement for rainwater tanks to be installed on new dwellings and commercial buildings. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Shane. We do have a few questions or prospective questions lined up. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Shine, and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you for that, Shane. I note that only 35 applications of a possible 3,300 were successful. So is that correct? We had a take-up rate of 35 when it was open to 3,300 people?
That's correct. It was a low take-up, and perhaps one of the reasons for that might have been the requirement to have a 10,000 litre.
Which was my next. So that the hope is that by dropping it to 5,000 and making it an aggregate option, we're really hoping that that will lift the number of successful applicants.
We are hoping that would be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. Councillor Shine.
Well, really, it was in relation to the aggregation issue that you've covered, I think, but the maximum amount is 300 per property. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, if, for example, you happen to install 2 tanks, to make up your aggregate of the 5,000 litres, is that you would only get the one rebate of $300.
Or you don't reach 5,000.
If you didn't reach the 5,000, you wouldn't receive
at all
rebate at all.
I see.
You'd have to achieve an aggregate. So, say for example, you might have and I'm not sure myself what size tanks come in, but say if you had a 2,000 litre tank and a 3,000 litre tank, you get the rebate. Or if you installed 2 4,000 litre tanks, you get the rebate. But if you only installed, say, one 3,000 litre tank, you wouldn't get the rebate.
You don't get it.
No.
Yep. That answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Shane, for bringing this back. I'd like to, for council to give consideration to an amendment to the recommendation, if I could please. And that be that in recommendation 1, we actually add the $300 in there because we've amended the scheme to the 5,000 litres. I think we need to ensure that that $300 is reflected in that first recommendation, if possible, please. And then I'd like to add a third recommendation, and that is that council promotes this initiative rather strongly so that we can get take-up, which, as we all know, will assist us in our water. So I think we need a good marketing plan for it to ensure that we actually get that take-up. It's a good opportunity. And I think also I'm really pleased about the 5,000 litres because there are many houses that could possibly not accommodate a 10,000 litre tank, whereas a 5,000 is maybe more doable from a money as well as a space perspective as well.
That's right.
Well, we'll go to the next questions. Wendy might just add a couple of things in there that we can consider as a recommendation. So the first one, Wendy, is to include the amount of $300 in recommendation 1, and then add a recommendation 3 that council actively promote and market this this opportunity to those eligible, or words to that effect. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 5,000 litres is not a lot of water. And I understand that there are some small yards, particularly with the smaller, and there's not really a lot of difference in the price between a 5,000 litre tank to a 10,000 litre tank in relativity. So I'd actually like to see us be serious here, and maybe if you put a 10,000 litre tank in there, that we might give them $500. We have only had, I mean, why would you? Certainly everyone who has the capacity to put a 10,000 litre tank in hasn't put one in. And maybe it's that $300 is probably not enough to tempt them to do that. So why can't we do the both? If we're being serious about wanting people to be water self-sustainable with their gardens and things like that, why wouldn't we leave the 10,000 litre in there and the 5 as well, and put the 10,000 for 500?
It's actually not a bad idea in my opinion, but we will test that, if you don't mind. We'll park it and test it. So just make a note of that, Wendy, and we might just separate that as a separate motion to get to the final motion. Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Shane, my question was around, because I can remember at the time when we talked about it, is the about the fact that it has to be plumbed in. So, and then I just noticed in the report it says provision of proof of plumbed water tank. So how do you prove that? Is that I was wondering whether that's labour intensive for people to regulate, or is there something that they...
Got to get a plumber to do it.
Yep.
Yes, so...
Yeah.
Yes, so applications that are lodged are subject to various, like an approval process within council, so that does require like approvals. I know that in Damien's group is that they sort of facilitated this scheme in the initial scheme. So as I understand it, is that there has to be an element of plumbing go on to actually sort of be able to connect, like so the water may be appropriately used at the property. I don't sort of have a lot of background knowledge myself exactly how that plumbing, how far that actually goes. I don't know whether Damien would be able to provide further information in that regard.
General Manager Platts, would you like to add some more context to that question?
I suppose just if I could ask sort of as, while Damien's coming up, just thinking about the barriers to this. So are the barriers the fact that it has to be plumbed in and that people don't just have a tank to use it on their yard?
I might let you...
Probably one of the reasons.
My earplug, so I missed the last question. If you would.
Well, just thinking about what the barriers to the uptake initially, is it the fact that it has to be plumbed in, and do we really want to stay with that criteria if people maybe perhaps are using it on their yard?
For it to be connected to any sort of internal uses, such as the cistern on the toilet, it would need to be plumbed in properly by a plumber, so that we make sure that any backflow devices are appropriately installed, so that there's nothing that goes backwards in this system. We only want it to go forwards. In relation to the take-up, I do believe, I wasn't here, but in the Millennium Drought, I understand water tanks were pushed quite heavily and that there was a reasonable take-up. And I remember Councillor Mike Williams, when we first came to council, suggesting $1 million rebate. I know there was some conversation about a lesser amount because he didn't think we would get that many people applying. And I understood we adjusted the budget a little bit, but I don't recall from the top of my head what that final number was. In relation to the take-up, it was advertised in early February and late January. It took us a little while to ramp up from the decision in December, I think it was, in 2019. But myself and Kate Anderson had been processing some of this material along with one of our laboratory technical officers up at Mount Kynoch. So there wasn't anybody dedicated to it. We put it onto the kitchen table and did it on Sunday mornings. That's the way. But I don't believe there were many applications that failed. It's not like I think the comment earlier was 3,300 were invited. It's not. It was open to anyone. It was just that the 3,300 was
the maximum
funded in the initial proposal.
Yeah, that was the maximum based. So getting back to just Councillor O'Sullivan's question really, which was around the plumbing in of the tank. I think that's the core of the question in regard to would that be an impediment for the uptake?
It could well be an impediment. If council was minded just to have a tank that was connected to the downspout and not necessarily plumbed into the house, but they're just for garden usage or for car washing usage or something like that, if you wanted to be that way minded, it could be eased to be configurable for that.
Yeah.
Stuart, do you have any? You've got the plumbing group working to you that monitors this. Do you have any comment in relation to that, Stuart? No, he's got nothing to add.
Nothing to add, Stuart. Okay. Well, there's a couple of things I will test shortly before we finalise the recommendation.
Could I just make a
Just
comment?
say what they are, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry.
The first one is around your proposal, around the 10,000 litre at $500, and the second one will be around plumbed in. So is there any
The
further...
only comment I was going to make is we all know that there's probably less than 2% of the water use that's used inside the house. So when we're considering whether it needs to be plumbed in or whether it doesn't, it's possible that we probably should not demand that it be plumbed in because, you know, using it outside, washing dogs, washing down concrete, all that sort of thing could be very helpful, and perhaps people could take it up a little bit more, and that's still water, ours, potable water that's not being used. So I think that's what our objective is, isn't it? I'm sure. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, that adds some more context to we will decide on this. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield both had their hand up as well.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually was just going to say that it's clear that this previously hasn't been a raging success. So to Councillor O'Sullivan's point, what are those impediments? And $300 is probably about what it will cost to get a plumber out. So probably people just think, it's not worth my time. So then we either have two options. We either increase the incentive or we change the plumbing in requirement. And I'm very happy to support a change for the plumbing in. I'm happy to support Councillor Taylor's recommendation, and I'm happy to support Councillor Summerfield's recommendation.
Okay, well, we're going to deal with those individually shortly. With Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm more than happy as mover of that amendment to include those additional, I think they're both very good ideas, to have the $500 for a 10,000 litre tank, and also Councillor O'Sullivan's suggestion about removing the requirement for plumbing to the house. I think I would be more than happy to have all of that in my original amendment, as I think they're all brilliant ideas because we do want people to take these incentives up.
Very good. Wendy's made a note of those, so we can just adjust those. I'll go to Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I just got a question, and it may be to the GM for Water and Waste. Is this about how we use water as a resource? And the reason why I asked that question, if it's plumbed in, you're getting a higher use of a resource, albeit caught from the sky. However, isn't it about a cultural behaviour around placing importance on our most precious commodity? The potential, I don't feel strongly about this, but I just feel some caution about the message we send to residents that whilst I value my garden myself, yes, it's more attractive to put a tank in, but it's easier to use water for a lower order purpose than to really think about how it is part of our water cycle. And that's why, as a councillor who sat around the table here deliberating about that, that was some of the discussion at the time, hence the 10,000 litre tank, hence the value that it would add to a potable water supply or a non-potable, because we know that toilets, washing machines, and there was something else, are the highest users of water in a household. So if we're directing that onto the yard and potentially not into those high consumption items, we're not necessarily capturing the best use of water in our total water cycle. And that's the caution I have. As I said, I don't particularly feel strongly about it, but I just wonder what message we're signalling to the community about the value we place on water.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. GM Platts, would you like to answer some of that?
Thank you, Councillor Jeff. Councillor Bill, that's exactly where our minds were, because as you go into tighter levels of water restrictions, the outdoor use becomes more and more constrained. In setting water restrictions, we're also conscious of the anxiety that is driven by inability to service their gardens, and Toowoomba is world renowned for its gardens, as has been shown through the Carnival of Flowers and the awards. And it has a beautiful landscape. So in balancing that, you're correct. The highest use to preserving the dams at the tighter levels of water restrictions is a plumbed resource, so that it takes that cistern load or potentially a washing machine load off Crestbrook Dam or Perso or Kubi. But in that, I'm also cognisant, and I believe councillors are cognisant of maintaining a livable space. And as Councillor Carroll has said, we're balancing the social fabric and the community's needs against the higher water uses. But as a purist from a water cycle management, Councillor Carl, you're correct. And I think the impediments to this have been, the incentive probably wasn't enough. What was the tipping point to invest? So 300's not enough. Is 500 enough, or is 1,000 enough? I think you should find a sweet spot. And the purpose for that water, if it's going to be maintaining the garden and washing the car and washing the dog, we can test that they haven't filled a rainwater tank with town water. We find chemicals in potable water, and we can test for that. So anyone that tries to say that they're not following water restrictions because they're using their rainwater tank, we can do a simple test and work out that that's true or false.
Should we, Mr Chair, supplementary if I may, shouldn't we in fact be taking the approach, well, let's be serious about a rebate and get a higher uptake for water use in more critical times, as the GM has highlighted? Shouldn't we just up the ante on the rebate? I agree with Councillor Taylor, Councillor Carroll, having a two-tiered approach to it. But let's up the ante. I mean, we've got some monies left there that was poor uptake. So to incentivise it to create that culture and appreciation for where that load needs to be mostly taken off the dams in, because we know that we go through seasons. We know that we're in a cycle at the moment. We don't know what the future holds. Could change. But, and education, and I've been around right since the inception of amalgamated councils, and the mayor was in the portfolio of water, and there was some extensive education, and prior to amalgamation as well, around education. And education and change of habit and culture around water doesn't happen overnight. So I'm just with caution that we are perhaps signalling that it's okay to splash the water around, but not have it plumbed in and to the higher use items in a drought time. And when we were down to 7%, councillors, or some of us will recall. So, don't know.
That's okay, Councillor Kelly. You might be able to debate it when we go to the section if need be. But just to pick up one item there around, we've got money to use. That money isn't there. That money was for last financial year when this finished. Yeah. So we're in the new financial year. Well, Councillor Carroll.
Just saying to get a better uptake, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Carroll. I missed Councillor McMahon.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, my comments were quite similarly along the lines of Councillor Bill. I would probably prefer that the tank was plumbed in and we got the water to the toilet and the washing machine where it needs to go. My question is, ballpark figure, I've been through you to Shane or perhaps our General Manager, are you able to tell me what a 5,000 litre tank costs to the average private homeowner?
Councillor Tim, if I can take that as a question on notice, because it will depend whether or not they're going to put it on a concrete slab or it's going to be how it's sitting. So it's not terribly expensive. It's it's only a couple of $1,000s.
What percentage is $300 as a rebate? Is it half of it or is it 2%?
Oh no, look, 10%. You're not looking at a lot. Off the top of my head, it's about 10%.
I can tell you what a 20,000 gallon tank costs without being installed, $3,600 and something, and that's just on. And we put it on dirt, which was an extra $300 on crusher dust. So you're looking at 5,000 litres is nothing.
Depends on if it's going to be corrugated iron or material or plastic or poly. So there's it's not. I think we need to find the sweet spot where there's a tipping point in behaviour, and that's what economics is. What point do you find an incentive to drive the customer behaviour that you want to drive? And 300 didn't seem to be enough.
I suppose what I was trying to flesh out is the percentage of $300 for a 5,000 litre tank isn't really that much. So I'll probably foreshadow a motion after this one that we look to have it plumbed in, but instead give a little more cash rebate so it actually covers a decent percentage of it.
I've just done a little bit of Googling there for you, Councillor McMahon, and one site that I've got that's come up first is a 5,000 litre water tank round for $895.
Okay.
That's just, I'm not promoting anything, I'm just saying that's what's come up first. So.
100 and something to have it plumbed.
Thanks, Damien.
Where do you get that?
Councillor Carroll, and then over to you, Bill.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think the GM is actually correct. I mean, 5,000 litres, and this is someone who doesn't have a reticulated water supply. 5,000 litres would last me in the toilet and the washing machine probably less than a week. Probably less than a week. So let's be realistic here. If you're going to pay $800 plus for a tank delivered, I guess that's delivered, that's not installed, because you have to have it installed. And
free delivery, actually, this one.
Delivered, yeah, no,
free delivery.
They're nearly all free delivered, but it's not even set up on either a tank stand or a level pad that you put it on. So you're paying $800, then you're probably having to pay about $300 and I'm guessing at this, but it wouldn't be much less, to have it plumbed in. So that's $1,100 we're giving them free. I don't see it personally, I wouldn't support a higher rebate for a 5,000 litre tank because I don't see it as being beneficial. I understand that some people may not have the room to put a larger tank, but a 10,000 litre tank is worth having.
Yes.
But even so, looking at how much water is used inside the house, it's not a lot. Most of the water we use is used outside the house, and we have to consider people's amenity. I've got dirt out there, I've got no grass, and my roses and everything are dying. Now, that's no amenity for me, but when you're on a reticulated supply and things get really tough, people would like to keep some things alive. So why is it such a big thing for us to be thinking that 10,000 litres is not a lot of water either, and you'd have to be very sparing with the way you use that in your yard in the middle of a drought.
Okay, we seem to be going over the same ground here a little bit, so I will wrap this up. I've just got Councillor McMahon as a follow-up, Councillor Carl as a follow-up, and then Councillor Summerfield as a follow-up.
Chair, everyone's like asking my questions for me apparently. This says to existing houses that are connected to a council reticulated water supply. I'm just wondering, that's contradiction to what Councillor Carroll just said, but why is it just houses that are connected?
Because they pay an access fee.
Councillor, the purpose of this was to try and help conserve the water supply in the dams. That's if in an unconnected residence somewhere in Toowoomba region.
They're not drawing on the system.
Right, thanks.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah,
and we're paying.
Chair, look, as one who speaks from experience with an in-ground tank, you've also got an added expense of a non-return valve. The earlier ones used to have to be tested annually. There are ones that don't have to be tested now. So that's why I'm suggesting that if we're serious about helping people to change the habit and the way they prioritise the use of water, let's be serious about a rebate. And that's why the 10,000 litre tank still should be in there. It gives people the opportunity to either put them on the ground at a much reduced rate without a non-return valve, or because it has to do with gravity, and the GM speaks of water infiltrating back into the network, which you don't want. So I'm either way on the 5,000, but I still say we should incentivise people and reward good behaviour. And yeah, my garden's important to me, but my loo's really important to me when I want to flush it, and I want it to work every time. And it can be dual plumbed as well.
Councillor Carr, we'll probably, as I say, we're going to test this recommendation shortly. It has the details in there about a 5 and a 10,000 and the comments that went through in regard to not having to be plumbed, the tank. So you'll have an opportunity to talk against that if you wish to. Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. Could we just get that resolution up in larger font so we can all read it, so that we understand what we're discussing and going to the debate or vote, please?
So as that goes through, councillors, I just wanted to gauge the interest of, it says for the period 1 October 2020 to June 2021. Keep in mind that the policy finished at the end of June, and I wondered whether it was palatable for you to consider, or for Shane and the branch to use consideration for those that may well have taken up this and missed it for the period of time that we haven't redone it. So it would change, and item number 1, that's fine, for the period from 1 July 2020. Just so that it's reasonable and fair, because undoubtedly Shane or the department will get phone calls from someone who's put a tank in on August 1, and all of a sudden we say, no, you're ineligible. So it's a operational side of thing. The other element that I'd like to throw up before we finalise this recommendation, as Mr Morris mentioned, the current from September 2014 is that it's mandatory for residential detached houses and commercial to have a tank fitted. I just wondered whether there was an appetite to include commercial in this, be it then it's consistent with the mandatory requirements for residential and commercial. It's a comment that I've had from different places that one of the users of water. Is there any... Sorry, Anne-Marie, you're...
I was saying, so the first question there for commercial, directing that to Stuart or to council?
Well, it wasn't a question. I was directing it to councillors, really, just to see if there was an appetite for councillors. I don't know that it'd affect Stuart too much. It's mandatory for new commercials to have tanks now. So whether we keep consistency, and it's now an option for retrofitting of commercial to have tanks as well, consistent with the other.
5,000 litres would be of no benefit to commercial.
Depends on the business.
Well, it depends on the business, I think. And 10,000 if we go for the 500, well, that's a good option. Is there an appetite, councillors, to include commercial?
Yep.
So can we add commercial into that as well?
In.
Well, you already have. I tell you what, Wendy,
Move that.
I was on you. Now, Damien, you were anxious to stand up and say something.
Sorry, Councillor Jeff, I was just more question for Anne-Marie.
Okay.
By making this retrospective from 1 July, I'm not sure, A, if that's enough money, but B, if you can set a retrospective budget. Anne-Marie, under the ledge, you'd have to go forward in time, don't you, I believe?
So this is not the annual budget, so whatever decision councillors make today and the estimated financial implications, we will bring that to account at BR1.
That's right. Comfortable? Question before we go. We've got two questions now and we'll wrap it up.
Have subject to budget review then, as per process.
Add subject review. Yeah, well, we can do that at item number 2. It's up there now, Councillor Carl. It says reflected in budget review 1, in fact. Councillor Shine?
Just you suggested it come back to the 1st of July. Why not take it back to the start of the scheme on the 1st of January to make it fair to those who've missed out in that 6-month period?
Reasonable point.
Yeah, I could say.
Reasonable point. What's the implications there? No, we're giving a different amount for 10,000, so they would be, if someone's put claim 300, they would then get an additional $200. That's effectively what you're saying, Councillor Shine?
Yeah.
Councillor Jeff, it's not just the ones that did apply. If you're going to make this retrospective or commercial, there would be other people that had put smaller tanks in that would now qualify for this. There would be commercial businesses that had put things in that would now qualify for this.
Messy, I think.
I think we'd have to do some work with finance on estimating what the necessary amount of money would be.
Sure. Okay. Question for...
Just on
follow up first, Councillor Shine, and then we'll go to Councillor Summerfield.
The scheme is limited by a total fund available, so that would get over the problem of too many people applying for it. It would be the first in, first serve, up to the amount of the total of fund, 20,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I guess we're talking about the retrospective nature going back to the last policy, which concluded on June 30, and that would be my concern, that we had a policy to that point. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Chair. It'd be like going to Harvey Norman a week after the sale and you've missed out. I'm sorry. Could I put the motion, please? Could you put the motion?
I'm happy for the motion to be put. We've made some adjustments, so I wouldn't mind just reading that out if you don't mind. The Council approve a $20,000 water tank rebate scheme that A, provides a rebate of $300 for a 5,000 litre tank and $500 for a 10,000 litre tank per eligible property for the period 1 July 2020 to 30 June 2021 to retrofit water tanks of at least 5,000 litre capacity to existing houses and commercial properties that are connected to a council reticulated water supply network. B, allows the property owner to elect whether or not the tank is plumbed into the property for household use. Number 2, the Council approve a budget allocation of $20,000 to fund the water tank rebate scheme, and this be reflected in the 2021 Budget Review 1. 3, the Council actively promote and market this initiative to maximise uptake. Councillor Summerfield, you're happy to move?
I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, second. Any debate? Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? In favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Shane, thank you very much for that. It's good. And Damien, for your input. Good discussion. And Anne-Marie. Now we move, councillors, to adjourn the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting. Could I ask for a mover of adjourning? Moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Hand back to, or hand over to the Mayor.
Never know, do you?
Now you luck.
Yeah, I know, I do, but I was going to ask, raise the question. You know, what are we dealing with?
Oh, stupid thing. No, it's dropped out and I can't get it.
Right. I might just get that a little closer to me if you don't mind. Thanks.
No.
I'll bring this over here a bit.
Hang on. Where's the mic? Oh, this is your mic, I think.
No, I've got one here.
Okay.
Councillors, your attention please. We'll begin the Economic Development Committee meeting. And can I open by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose song lines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Bigambal peoples. Pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge and the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Obviously, item 2, no apologies at this point in time. I noticed that Councillor Summerfield's just gone out briefly. And Councillor McMahon. If you wish, we can just slow the procedure down and just wait a moment for those two to come back, and we'll move immediately then on to item 3, the amended International Relations Working Group terms of reference.
I'm just... trying to get into my computer. Sorry.
Okay, we'll move to item 3, councillors, and that's the amended International Relations Working Group terms of reference. I'll hand over to Seamus.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors.
Seamus.
So Council has had a working group that provides advice to Council in regards to matters impacting our international relations, whether they be with our existing sister cities or friendship cities or other cities that we have less formal engagement with. That was established back in 2013 when Council endorsed the first international relations strategy. In line with the new Council, the International Relations Working Group reviewed the terms of reference and has recommended that some minor adjustments be made. They do reflect the change in representation on that working group, in that we have one more councillor representative than we did have under the last term of council. We formalised the involvement of some officers who had been attending under the last working group, but just not recognised in the terms of reference. And we've also recognised the importance of USQ and TSBE in assisting Council to get the outcomes that it seeks out of international relations. And we'll be providing or propose to provide those groups with a standing invite to attend the meetings, but also retain the option to invite other external groups as the matters relate to them and it's appropriate for the working group to engage with them.
Any comments around the room? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Seamus. I'd like to put forward my name for inclusion in this working group, and I ask that councillors would support that because I have a real interest in foreign affairs. I've previously been a foreign editor and lived in foreign countries, Germany and Canada, and think I'd make a valuable contribution to this working group.
Okay. It's entirely up to council. Do we add that as a separate section to the proposed motion?
I'd support adding Councillor Von Hoff in the membership part of the...
Okay. Any other? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Mayor, I was just going to say that if Councillor Von Hoff wanted to take my place, I'm more than happy to relinquish my spot.
Okay. Is council comfortable with that?
Yeah.
We have an offer from Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan to step down.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's Chair of Planning.
You're Chair of Planning, don't forget, and that's probably, there's a strong connection there.
Councillor Bill is on there though, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Councillor Bill is on there from the planning portfolio.
Councillor who?
Councillor Bill Carl.
Yeah, from Planning.
Yes.
Comfortable with that, councillors? It's...
I'm just curious as to why the chair would be stepping down. Councillor Megan?
She thinks she'll be better.
Doesn't have to explain herself.
I'm just happy for Councillor Von Hoff to take my position. I don't know that I add value to the to being on the committee. So she's passionate about it. I'm happy to relinquish the position.
I'm quite accepting of that. That it's entirely up to this council. If you want to add an additional person to that committee, it's that's fine. If you are happy to accept Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's removal from that committee and her to be replaced by Councillor Von Hoff, similarly, I'm quite comfortable with that. Councillor Shine.
It's a question.
Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering looking at the functions of the committee, this committee has existed before, I take it. It's an ongoing committee. What recommendations has it made on international relations entered into and maintained by Toowoomba Regional Council?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor. So I guess the working group discusses things like requests from our sister cities to visit, or considerations of when council itself might visit our sister cities. It, I guess, most recently has looked at investigating potential for additional relationships or alternative relationships, and it's an opportunity for the council representatives and officers to get feedback from industry, and I guess feed those recommendations up to council when they might impact the way that council operates its international relationships.
If I may.
I think Councillor Shine, in recent times, particularly in this short space that's been the term of this council, with COVID-19 and restrictions and so forth, international relations that are playing out in respect to China, I think there's a fair bit that to be talked about, and there could well be some serious changes in the future in how we actually conduct business as a council in our international relationships.
I suppose my follow-up question is, has it in fact made recommendations to council? It might have discussed them, just these topics. But
yes, it does quite regularly.
It does? It's reported back here?
Correct.
Principally in relation to matters discussed with whether we have a relationship or an MOU or whatever with another area or city, and also in terms of friendship visits or visits by council to other areas, we make the committee makes those sorts of recommendations for council's consideration.
The CEO wishes to make a comment.
Councillors, I just reread this is a working group. It's not actually a formal committee or advisory committee of council, and I think I'd just like to include for council to consider including the words under the functions. It says the main functions are to provide direction to the economic development section. There's an implication potentially there that you've got council staff, councillors instructing staff. But if you just added in the words, are to provide direction through the mayor to the economic development section, the mayor has the ability to provide direction to council. He's the only officer, the only elected representative that can do that, providing his directions are lawful and are recorded. So I think that just protects all of those councillors there and makes it very clear that because of those words, they're directing a section of council. It's probably a council can do so, but through its committees and its council's decisions, but this isn't actually making council decisions. So I just suggest including those words in there.
Okay. Comfortable with that, Wendy? Yep.
Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO, shouldn't it be recommend?
Just a moment. You're right with that? Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, but this is not what I had my hand up for. But like all our working groups, advisory groups, it shouldn't be directing, it should be providing recommendations, not directions in my view. It should be, will provide leadership and recommendations on the functions and responsibilities listed below. It shouldn't be providing direction, and council can and will either follow those directions or not, as they do with every other advisory / working group. It's not direction is a direction that you're directing people, and I think that word's out of place. But
I don't think there's been too many directions come out of it.
I know, but it's no, I know.
Saying that,
yeah.
Recommendations come to this council for decision.
And Mr Mayor, I'm not saying that there's been any directions, but it should the word shouldn't be in there. But the reason I had my hand up there before was that I think the whole idea was to have all the, on the matter of who makes up the committee with councillors. We've got 5 or 6 there now, and if Councillor Megan wants to step down there, we still have that portfolio covered by having Councillor Carl there. So that's what I was going to mention. But I strongly suggest that there should not be direction in that preamble up there.
I'll hand that to the CEO.
It's certainly a safer option to take that word out. So we just probably have to review the wording that's in there.
A recommendation, I suggest.
So that would really read the main functions of the working group are to provide recommendations to the economic development section. Take out for the mayor. In relation to reports to be provided to council for its consideration.
Okay. Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, thank you. I was wanting to make sure that that's what it was, that it was actually recommendations that come to council for consideration, and I thank you, Brian, for picking that up.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions in respect to that, given that there's been a number of changes made and they are included in a formal resolution, I would expect.
Can we have a look at the recommendation, thanks?
That we adopt the International Relations Working Group terms of reference with the inclusion of Councillor Von Hoff and removal's not a good word, but anyhow, retirement of Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I would rather have a little softer word in there, Councillor O'Sullivan, just a personal preference. And there have been some changes made to the document surrounding it. So, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to publicly thank Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan for that and make sure that she's comfortable with that because, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I seek a motion from the floor. Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please, Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. That's Councillor Carol Taylor, by the way. Can I just say the only contact I've had of any importance of recent times has been with the Mayor of Wanganui. We've had a number of phone calls showing significant interest at this stage, just in a verbal sense, in regard to Lake Annan and the development of Lake Annan as more of a Kiwi park. So we'll slowly progress that, and no doubt it will move along, hopefully, toward council for a decision in the not too distant future. But Lake Annan was always going to be a Kiwi focus, and okay. So that motion is carried. We move then to item 4, request for sponsorship for 2021 Australian Agronomy Conference. Seamus, again.
Thank you, Chair. So Agronomy Australia has requested some financial support from Council through the sponsorship request mechanism to support the annual conference for their association, which they'll be holding in Toowoomba in October of next year. They are seeking, I guess, some financial costs, or sorry, the discount on the venue hire for Empire Theatre. And I guess given that that's an independent entity, that would be a cash contribution from Council to Empire. And they're also, because they're looking to extend the event into a trade sort of display function that doesn't really fit with the Empire, with the size of the machinery that might be relevant to their conference, they're looking at holding that in the Goodshed, and they have requested to have the use of the Goodshed with the fees waived for the 2 days that they would use it, and that would require a day on each side for setup and pack down. So the total amount, I guess, of the request that they have made is just over the $14,000 mark. I guess the financial cost to Council would be $10,000, and I guess there's an opportunity cost of the $4,400 if that space, the Goodshed, had been utilised ordinarily at that time. The conference itself in ordinary years, I guess, would expect to attract a minimum of at least 300 delegates from across Australia and some international delegates. They are at this point obviously hoping that the pandemic allows them to run the conference as they ordinarily would, with all of the delegates coming to Toowoomba. And if that were the case, then a conference of that size would make a significant contribution to the Toowoomba economy, or to the Toowoomba region's economy, getting close to $500,000. When you think about the number of rooms that are involved for delegates, the food, entertainment, all of those things add up quite considerably. In return for providing sponsorship, they are offering us, obviously, with some benefits that come with that financial contribution to their event. And I guess the main ones of those are some delegate tickets. And given that it's a topic that probably isn't that closely related to council officers, we would propose that potentially the best community benefit for the allocation of those tickets might be to provide them to some local, either students, whether they be high school, TAFE or university. We have the opportunity to have a trade stand at the goods shed, and we'd propose that that be used to, I guess, promote Toowoomba from a tourism perspective to the delegates, but also to promote the goods shed and other council facilities as potential venues for future events of this nature. Obviously, agriculture is a very important industry to the Toowoomba region's economy, and this conference ties in very closely with that. And I think the opportunity to promote Toowoomba as a host for future events of this type of nature would be a valuable one.
Thanks, Seamus. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, well, it's wonderful that the Australian Agronomy Association has chosen Toowoomba. My concern is around precedent, and we had the Floodplain Management Association, which is also very pertinent to our area, was supposed to be here this year, and now they're coming the year after next. How do we give this sort of a benefit to one organisation when we attract a lot of conferences here in a normal time? How then do we give it to one without the other? The Floodplain Management Association was bringing over 400 delegates, perhaps in the vicinity of 500, and that's just we've had pavement conferences and other things that are here, which, I mean, they're all wonderful, worthy people to have conferences here, but how do we support one and then say to the others we're not going to do it? And we've had, that's of grave concern to me, and being the person that went to Canberra to lobby for the floodplain management. It's not coming next year because they had Sydney locked in, but it will be coming in 2022. And they will have 500 delegates. So are we setting a precedent here where other people can then come and ask for all their fees to be taken? Take in mind the benefit that's in it into our community, but I'm worried about precedent. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, Councillor Summerfield? And Councillor Von Hoff.
Do you don't want an answer to that one?
Oh, answer to that one, yeah, right.
Thank you, Councillor.
I was quite happy to answer that.
I guess the council has a function at the moment where any group can apply at any time for sponsorship. So these groups can, as Agronomy Australia did, apply for sponsorship for their events through the channel that's available to them at the moment. And I guess this is the process that needs to be followed in assessing whether council supports this event or any other future event or a request that comes through that sponsorship channel, and it goes through the sponsorship policy, which is referred to in the report. I guess what I would also say is that myself and some other officers are looking at a potential framework for council to consider large sponsorship requests of this nature and an assessment process for those based on the return on investment that they provide.
And perhaps this is the cart before the horse.
Yeah, but particularly sporting events, which we already have one, the golfing PGA one, where council puts in substantial amounts of money.
Yeah, but we have a lot of these conferences that we have a lot, and they've come to Toowoomba, and we have never sponsored them in this way before.
Yeah, well, actually, there is a sponsorship policy, and most groups that do come to Toowoomba end up with a sponsorship of one form or another, either a gold, bronze, or silver. The policy goes that there is a policy. I won't go through it, but certainly I can distribute that to, or have it distributed to councillors. But it's not unique for
But I'd
these
just
people
like
that come to
say, Stuart,
Toowoomba.
sorry to interrupt you there, through the Mayor. Sporting events are quite different to conferences that come here. And what you're talking about, sporting events, and I'm aware of our sponsorship in that area, I don't believe that we've made any sort of sponsorship towards a conference that's been held here, and we've had a lot. And it doesn't help me to say that because you didn't apply, because you didn't know about it. So, you know, how do we, it's not, I'm not debating the good things, and to have agronomists are very pertinent to our area, but so then are a lot of other things. And I'm concerned that, you know, that we're picking winners, and if we had the policy in place, that would be really good.
Councillor Taylor, I was hoping before to get a few words in when we were talking about sponsorship, and look, Toowoomba's matured. There's more hotel rooms in Toowoomba now, I guess, with a couple of new hotels, and I think we're lending ourselves more to holding conferences of this nature. I see them as a really good opportunity to promote Toowoomba. If you had 500 people or 400 people, as you said, for your floodplain conference, they would be from all over Australia.
And
they would be of real benefit. Sorry?
Sorry, international as well.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry about that. I would have known that. But the importance of those people coming to town, not only the money they spend, but also, and I think we ought to be looking very closely at encouraging this, incentivising this through the sort of thing we're talking about right now. And when we talked about those grants before, I think we need to have a very long and a full discussion on how we can encourage more people coming here, have a policy around it, and the benefits are enormous. I mean, we understand what, you know, the PGA has been mentioned there before. Well, it's not just about sport, it's also about these conferences. These agronomists will come from all over Australia, I would expect. Agriculture, as it's already been said, is very important here. Agronomy, in fact, is a very big business, and you would know that from having come from Gundawindi. We certainly, I understand the importance of agronomy, the importance of all the industry around that. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that report, Seamus, and the explanations. And I agree, people can apply for funding and sponsorship and that sort of thing, which is really great. But I've got two concerns, and one is I think this is an enormous sponsorship for 300 delegates. I think it's far too much. That's my view. I think something like this would be more around the 4,400 or 4,400 or 5,000 would be an ample sponsorship for a conference of this size, 300 delegates. But my other concern is around the Goodshed with machinery in there. The Electoral Commission made a terrible mess of the floor in the Goodshed, and I'm assuming it's been rectified by now, and I'm hoping the Electoral Commission paid for it. But if we're going to be putting machinery in there as well, what damage would that do to the floor of the Goodshed, and is this the sort of thing that we're going to continue to have an issue with?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure that we would be providing the organisers with the floor ratings for the facility, and they would need to meet those requirements before they brought any equipment into that facility.
Finished, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Von Hoff.
My question was answered already. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you, Seamus. I think it's exciting that we actually have people wanting to come to Toowoomba and have their conference here, and I certainly see a lot of economic development and a lot of participation in not just Toowoomba but for our region as well, because I'm sure we've all been to conferences and we generally take a day or two either side of the conference to take advantage of a holiday. I know I have, so there is capacity for those delegates, 300, 400 people to experience our environment and our region and to spend some much needed dollars in our area. So that's just a statement. Just a quick question. I'm assuming that, and I'm sorry if you mentioned it while I ducked out, but this isn't cold hard cash, is it? This is in kind because we own the Goodshed, so it's not cold hard cash of $4,400. That's in kind, and it'd be the cleaning after, I would assume, would be at a cost to us. So it's not $4,400 straight up. Yes. And 10,000 for the Empire.
Component, yes.
The same.
So no, sorry. Because Empire operates as an independent entity, we can't instruct them to decrease the charge that they would levy against the organisers of the event. So in that instance, it would be cold hard cash that we would be paying to Empire Theatre as a component of this sponsorship proposal.
So, yeah, I assumed that for the Empire, but for the...
Correct. I would call it as an opportunity cost more than a financial cost. Obviously, it means that for those 4 days, we lose the opportunity to generate some revenue if someone was interested in hiring the facility at that time.
Opportunity cost was the word I was looking for, so thank you. Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Seamus, could you give us an idea of how many people have applied for similar sort of thing and been rejected, if any?
That is a very good question. Thank you, Councillor. I guess this is a large sponsorship request. You'd know that as requests of this size do need to come to Council for your consideration, and I would assume that you haven't discussed too many of them. So we've done a review. A lot of the sponsorship requests that come through are smaller in nature. We've done an analysis when we've started looking at a mechanism for Council to consider sponsoring major events like this, and we can provide that breakdown for you. But I think about 60% of requests that come through the sponsorship process are approved by Council, and the approval process is determined by the size of the request. So there's thresholds in terms of where that approval needs to come from, whether it happens at manager level, general manager, CEO, or Council. So in this instance, because it is a large request, it is required to come to Council for consideration.
Just remind me what the threshold is for it to come to Council.
I believe that it is $10,000, and because this is, I guess, including the component of the goods shed, it falls into that threshold.
Yes. What I'm trying to get at is about the idea of picking winners. You know, are we picking winners, or have there just not been any other people who have applied? That's what I'm sort of asking.
I would suggest, so certainly this group came to us initially not through the sponsorship request avenue, and to be able to process this, we needed to get them to submit a formal sponsorship request. So I guess there is an element of awareness in terms of the availability for community members and others to apply for sponsorship to Council through that mechanism. But I would also suggest that when officers do get requests of this nature and outside of the sponsorship request process, clearly we need to consider whether they're better addressed through the grants process and whether they need to come through a sponsorship process, or it will then direct them to put in a sponsorship request via the website.
And if I could just add to that, there are a number of sponsorships paid out each year, particularly around events like Master Builders, and particularly if they're held in Toowoomba, we have a bias towards those events that are being held in Toowoomba. Planning Institute events that are held in Toowoomba, we will provide sponsorship, and it could be $3,000. Normally a bigger event like Master Builders would be $5,000, and we get our name on things and on mugs or whatever giveaways there are, and there's some promotional stuff for TRC involved in that side of things. But it is a reasonably common occurrence, and the other stipulation is that we have a budget for it, and most areas have budget for it. Very small amounts, but we have a budget for it.
I mean, I just think, like Councillor Melissa Taylor said, you know, it's such a critical thing. You know, if we're trying to invest in economic development, these are the things that are so important. But can I just have a follow-up, Mr Mayor, about something that has escaped me? Maybe you can go to someone else and I'll come back.
while you think about it.
Okay, yeah.
Councillor Shine, and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks.
Moving down that line. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Overall, I support the idea of trying to attract this type of event to Toowoomba. It's good for our local economy, particularly, well, who knows what the COVID situation will be in a year's time, but nevertheless we'll need to foster our economic activity well into the future and many years to come, I would have thought. But what intrigues me about council decisions since I've been here is the inconsistency that we regard these types of things, grants, concessions, rates, concessions, water concessions to, for example, sporting clubs, and councillors might recall an event of recent times which I was favouring a reduction of water rates for a particular sporting club that was in confidential session, I think, so I won't mention it. But I think it would be beneficial if we sat down one day to do an overall consideration of how we approach these grants, concessions, and incentives, etc., to try for some sort of consistent approach at the end of the day, just in the interest of fairness and transparency and the ratepayers. And I hear that expression often, this is ratepayers' money, we've got to be careful how we spend it. Well, I think they are entitled to know how we have addressed this issue in the past, and more importantly, how we will address it in the future. Getting back to the relevant point, the $14,400, does that cover the normal hiring fee of the shed over what, 2 or 3 or 4 days? Is that what? So it really is just to the notional amount that they would be charged for the hire of it for that period of time.
Thank you, Councillor. So the request is in 2 parts. The first is for a $10,000 discount for the fees that will be charged by the Empire Theatre, and that is only a component of the fees that the organisers will be liable for to hold the event at the Empire Theatre complex. So the full cost to them of hiring the Empire Theatre is substantially more than $10,000. So that's what they're requesting from us as a discount for that venue. And then the other $4,400 component is to waive the fees that are applicable for the hire of the goods shed for 2 days, and then 1 day on either side for bump in and bump out.
So just could you, if I might, Mr Mayor, ask how much would it cost to just hire the goods shed for that 2 days in the normal?
So yeah, not $4,400. Obviously, so because that includes the day on either side. So I couldn't tell you 100% correctly, but it might be around $3,000 mark, around that. So more of it is for those full 2 days of use, and then the other 2 days, the day in either side, is cheaper than the full use.
But I take it as a set fee for, if I wanted
Correct,
to hire
yes.
the
No, it is.
I can find out.
$1,700 a day.
Yes, it's in council's fees and charges schedule.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Well, just through you, Mr Chair, maybe if Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's remembered her question, go to her first in case that she misses it again.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. It was about Toowoomba conferences and whether how much linkage do we have in terms of them promoting this sponsorship element that we have,
Yes, so the function of Toowoomba conferences is to support events that are attracted to Toowoomba or are held in the Toowoomba region. So they don't have the capacity to incentivise events to come to Toowoomba other than through the provision of information and assistance in making the event easier to run through their help. I couldn't speak for Toowoomba conferences, but I would assume that they are familiar with the sponsorship avenue through the TRC website.
Just hope that they're promoting it, that's all.
Suggest that they should be.
Okay. Well, they're not included in the briefing at all here, are they? Toowoomba conferences?
No, they're not.
Yep. Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Seamus. Look, I think if ever there was a conference that one should support for Toowoomba region, it'd be an agricultural conference. And I think we need to separate the fact that this has gone through a sponsorship request, which we do have a policy for, and the difference between a policy for sponsorship and the community grants is that there is a different set of criteria for these. And one that comes to mind particularly around is the goods shed hire. And councillors will recall that the hire of the goods shed through community grants was not eligible. Couldn't reduce that. So therefore this sponsorship provides that opportunity for a group, any group, to actually go through that channel. Now I guess the question was raised on how many requests we have. These requests go through to the CEO, or they get delegated down to officers under that 10,000 amount. The question might be not only how many requests we get, but what quantum of dollars it is accumulated to, and that's probably a question on notice for the CEO to find out through all areas, because I agree with the Mayor that this is economic development is a key factor of making sure that we're doing our job as a council to make sure that those that actually pay rates, that employ people here, that actually are part of our community, have that opportunity to leverage off it. So the promotion of this is critically important. I guess the other element that that brings rise is around the measurement of these events. And if I could encourage through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager of Planning, which I do believe that these elements do fit within economic development. And perhaps if we could formulate a measurement whereby we actually determine at the post each conference what economic impact that may well have had for our region, because it's pretty hard to forecast that, particularly now, but it's much easier to measure post the event. And I think an annual report around activities such as this, economic development activities, which gives us all, and it may be around budget time, gives us all an idea of what impact this has, may help set us to formulate a more rigid strategy around sponsorship requests and what they might look like. So there's probably, that's an element for work on notice. The other one is around what have we received, what's the quantum of value that there is there. But I do think that we do have mechanisms in place. We have community grants in place and sponsorships. They are different. This has gone down that sponsorship route as I read it because of that factor. My query, and it's only a personal query, is around the opportunity for this group, looking at their sponsorship summary, requesting 3 gold sponsors, an exclusive sponsor of $30,000. At which point do they actually see this event to be viable? And in the current climate of COVID, if we're looking at this coming through budgets for 2021-22, I would suggest that perhaps we have to revisit this when it comes to budget time as well, because it may well be one of those events that has to reimagine itself next year. And the final comment I'll make is when we do get to budget time, keeping in mind that it fits within those areas of the organisation where it sits. Given the community grants this morning, and we heard of the different numbers or reduced numbers of community grants that are coming in, perhaps in round 2, after round 2, the actual community grant funding may well be an area that this could be utilised, because I'd hate to think that it's just comes out of economic development, because it is the whole of council. So if there's an opportunity to do that, I don't disagree. I think there's an opportunity for us to look at all the grant schemes at some point, including this one.
Wish to make a comment.
I think we should enlighten councillors as to what we do in terms of testing the amount that we get back in terms of economic development.
Seamus, and then Councillor O'Shea, then Councillor Carol Taylor.
So, Councillor, I guess for the purpose of this report and trying to estimate what the economic impact of this event is going to be, we've used, I guess, industry standard delegate spend figures to calculate that. But clearly, to get a better idea of what the actual benefit is, then we'll need to be engaging with the delegates and the organisers to get them to undertake some surveys after the event to try and capture what the actual spend in the region was, and I guess where that was directed to. And that's valuable in terms of the breadth of the benefit within the economy, because a lot of it might be focused towards accommodation providers, but clearly we'd like it to go to hospitality as well, transport, other sectors, and using that information to work with those industries to figure out how they can generate more benefit from future events like this.
Those sort of things that are being spoken about now encourage me to have a special information session on this and set some parameters, and including the very thing you've spoken of there, to quantify the benefit to this community at many levels, not only for an event like this, but you know, I don't know if we've got the final figures back on the PGA, but they should be, the coverage we got with the PGA was enormous. Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Antonio. My question is probably partly answered there. I had a similar thought around how we quantify the value of it. So pleasing to hear we can look at something along those lines, because as you mentioned, Seamus, the industry figures show through that report, I think it's an Ernst & Young report, shows that local delegates spend 153 and visiting ones 400 and something. So the total, when you put the maths together, the total value of potentially what it brings to the community, forecast to bring to the community, is far greater than the price quoted here, or sorry, the dollar figure here in terms of the sponsorship. But the only other, so I think that's where, and I understand the point Councillor Shine made before, just around perceiving it as there's some inconsistencies around some things like this. Like I take that point, but respectfully, I sort of think that what we do is inconsistently consistent. What I mean by that is the consistency is that there's a policy in place that anything above 10,000 comes to council. The inconsistency point of that is that each case is decided on its merits. So the people sitting around this room have the judgment to make what they feel delivers the best for our community. So I think the mechanism there is in place, but I just think that there's probably more that can be fleshed out when we talk about that post, as you said, what the actual return is. Because I said, like these figures here, if you're making a decision based on economic development, straight up, what's it, as I said, what are those figures were before, for an amount of 14,400 for a return of what they say, the estimated contribution to return to our community is in excess of 460,000. So I just think that's the part, you know, where we just have to weigh up, and that's what we're here for, and that's why I said it's this mechanism's here. It comes to council, weigh it up, make a decision if we think it's got some impact that can be had for our community. But if we can follow up with what happens post, I think it would be helpful.
Thank you. Any comments?
Yeah, so I guess from my perspective and the working group in council that's looking at potential mechanisms for council to look at how we could attract more of these types of events, and to also have a framework on how we determine whether we want to support them, is coming up with a range of measures that we assess the proposals by. So in terms of what the return on investment might be, the number of people, whether if there's media involved, what the reach of that media is going to be. So coming up with a framework is certainly being considered. And to the previous question from Councillor McDonald around other sponsorship requests, we've done that for the last 2 years, and I understand that it is going to be reported through council, but certainly we can make the analysis that we've done available to councillors, and we've broken that down in terms of the approval levels, the departments that the requests have come through, the threshold, you know, which ones have been approved and which ones haven't. So there's quite a lot of information there that we can share.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We do in normal times attract conferences such as this. We have for years, and we've had some large conferences here as well. So I do agree with Councillor Shine, and I don't like to, but we are consistent in our inconsistency with some things. And there's no doubt about that. I seek reassurance from this meeting, from you, through you, Mr Mayor, that Toowoomba conferences are very aware that this opportunity for to apply for financial sponsorship is available to everyone who comes to have a conference. Economic benefits put into this community by every conference that comes here. Some are larger than this. This is the first one that's come to us. So it is inequitable. And the opportunity should be open to all. I have no problem with this as long as we're clear and transparent and we have equity. So I would be happy to support this as long as we consider every other one that comes here. This is only 300. We've had much more and nobody has been aware that this is able to happen. So, you know, my issue is not with this conference. I think it's great to have it. My issue is that we're picking one out of others that have come here and they have scratched around to try to have that conference, and they've put quite onerous costs on their delegates to have a conference here. So it needs to be available to everyone if we're going to support this.
Very keen, Councillor Taylor, to develop some policy around this for consistency. I take on board what Councillor Shiner said. He put it in terms that were a little scary, but may well be true. But we'll work through that, and we'll get some consistency around this. As Toowoomba develops, there's no doubt that there'll be real opportunities, particularly if there's more hotels come, more accommodation, more venues arrive. I think that the opportunity will be to gain considerably from the economic benefits that's provided by such conferences. Any further questions? Would anyone like to suggest, and I'm just suggesting this from the chair, that there be a third point about, you know, the very things that have been discussed here, the third point in this recommendation, that we develop a policy around this? No one wants to do it at this stage? We can...
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I mean, I can ask, I can seek of Brian to have an information session around that, and I'm pretty sure that we would be able to...
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to support an info session, but we do have a policy. There is a
policy, right.
So,
can we review the policy?
You can review a policy at any given time, but I think there's enough information. By the sounds of, through you to the General Manager, it seems like we are having a report come to Council around the quantum and what have you. That's what I've heard. Is that correct?
Information request.
Mr Mayor, my concern is that everybody isn't aware of this. My concern, we should be working with Toowoomba conferences to make people aware of this avenue that they're able to take. So that's my concern. It's not about, we have a policy. My concern is that everybody be aware of it.
Right. Well, I think we can probably do that. We can make some contact through...
Toowoomba conferences.
Through the...
They can inform them that, yes, you are able to apply to council through this means and through whatever these channels to have assistance with your conference.
I'll seek the support of the CEO through discussion and see if we can make sure that that comes into pass, and that's something that I actually am allowed to do. The motion is before you, councillors. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Anybody wishing to debate the motion? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment. Nobody took on board to put in a motion, and I should have put it down. There is nothing there that says that we work with Toowoomba conferences to make other hosts of conferences aware. So that, you know, I mean, again, when we look at a motion, I would like to be able to see it before we start voting on it.
Okay.
And
I think the thing's gone through, and I made it very clear, Councillor Taylor, that I would be seeking, I'd be asking the CEO, by way of my role as Mayor, to make sure that happens, and we have an information session, and to make sure we contact Toowoomba conferences to make sure that they understand what the position is. And I said that just before.
Should be in the motion.
Sorry, Carol?
Sorry, I should have put it in, asked for it to go in the motion.
Well, the opportunity was there.
Yes.
Okay, anything else in respect to that? Because we've come to lunchtime, and I think we ought to, I ought to close this meeting. We'll have lunch, half an hour or so should be okay for lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll do the confidential matters out of the other sections of the today's agenda. I'll declare the meeting closed.
So one. We'll move back to the confidential items of the Environment and Community Committee. First, get a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McDonald moves, Councillor Melissa Taylor seconds. Those in favour? All right, so councillors, so we're back to item. No.
That was a motion to come out of confidential.
So we're in open session.
We've
got to do.
So we are in, yes, so we are in open session. So we've got two items so the first being item 9. So we go back to that. So we've got that in front of us there at the moment. So the lease of vacant council premises. Do I have Councillor Carl moves, Councillor Summerfield seconds. Those in favour? So that's carried. That takes us to item 10. Okay, so the recommendation there, again, council, just to familiarise yourself with it. So that's the one we have in front of us at the moment. So I guess for those watching, so that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to proceed with the necessary marketing for the disposal of the properties as detailed in the confidential report, options for surplus council property, and B, negotiate for the sale and transfer of these properties. The second part of the recommendation is that in the event that the proposed offers for the properties do not meet valuation expectations within an acceptable period of time, another report be presented to council on further options. Do I have a mover? Councillor Antonio, Councillor Summerfield seconds. Those in favour? Those against? So that is carried. Thank you, councillors. That wraps up the Environment and Community Committee meeting for the month of September. I'll hand over to, what's next? Finance and Business Strategy. Thanks, mate.
Good job. So, yeah, I need to think to ding it.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good to be back. Good to be back.
Fantastic.
Right. Shane here?
Yeah, they're all coming. But
Oh, wait a minute, okay.
Rosie can.
Right.
Rosie's-
Rosie can fill in the start here. Councillors, welcome back to the Finance and Business Committee for September. I do note that Councillor McMahon is out of the room for the moment, but we will move to close the session, which is item number 7, isn't it? 8. 7. It is 7. Thank you. Item number 7 to close for the next session. I have someone to move. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? open session and, sorry, we'll need to move to open. Okay, move to open. Councillor O'Shea. Councillor McMahon second. Those in favour? Carried. Councillors, move to item number 8, consideration of transitioning council's on-premise enterprise resource planning ERP system Technology One to a hosted and application managed ERP utilising a quote or tender consideration plan for procurement. I have a mover of that motion. Moved by Councillor Carl. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Those against? Or was everyone in favour? Sorry, I missed. Councillor Taylor, were you in favour? I just missed that.
I was, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. So that's unanimous. Thanks, Wendy. That concludes the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for September. Thank you for your company and your willingness to debate. Anne-Marie, thank you. Shane, appreciate you being here for technical advice. Rosie and Robin, most valuable player of the day. 3 reports. Well done. Thank you.